Super comp to the lanes, please. Well, if it wasn't hard, everybody'd be doing it. Jay Neville, Scotty Lang, the Lang family racer. Scott Lang, 011 light. Red light for Neville. Neville goes 1096, 1092 for Scott Lang. Mike Fideli and Dave Markle. That's a pretty Chevy too. Fideli's car looks like a super gas car. Or maybe even a top sportsman. Staten Island, New York. Fideli Racing Pontiac. Markle out of Scottsville, New York. In the 67 make it, Chevy 2. Super Comp, we need you. Super Comp, we need you. Super Comp to the lane. Super Comp. Markle 007, 008 for Fideli. 1089, 1084, 143, and 145. Super Comp, we need you. Super Comp. Dominic Burgess, Frank Volpe rolling into the water. Volpe in the Lucas Oil lane. Dominic Burgess, Penske side. Super Comp, we need you. Hey, we are live, in person, D1TV, thanks to MicroStrategies. Volpe, 3 on the green, on the red side rather, 26 green for Dominic Burgess. Dominic, 1088, 1090 with an 8, 129. Ed McClef, runner-up in our high roller race here last weekend, or was it 2 weeks ago? Super Comp, wake up. Good morning, Super Comp. Dust them off, bring them into the lanes, please. Super Comp, to the lanes, please. Something on the racetrack. We're going to be on hold here for just a minute. Robert Kirk and Ed McClef will have to wait just a moment. All right, track is clear. We are set to go. Ed McClef, that neat little Chevy 2 out of Shingle House, Pennsylvania. Rob Kirk, Atco, New Jersey. Route 73 and Jackson Road, Atco, New Jersey. Home of the Va Va Voom Way. Kirk of the Ford. It's Chevy 2 off the line first, 26 light. Ed McClef, 1086, 1089 for Kirk. Jonathan Leahy and Ricky Hall. Super comp, we need super comp. Super comp, we need super comp. Again, racers, 2 crew per car, 2 crew per car permitted out on the starting line, 4 for comp, 4 for comp. And again, if you are leaving the racetrack and are returning, gotta have your tickets. Wristband's not good enough. You must have your tickets for readmission. If you are leaving the racetrack and returning, you must have your tickets for readmission, or you will be charged for another tech card. Thank you very much. Hey, Ricky Hall goes 51 on the tree. Runs at 10.99 at 120. All right, we had a back one away from the line here on the right-hand side, the Lucas Oil side. So we'll bring up Joe Moore and Frank Abad. Frankie's won this race a time or two, or this race and the Dutch, or a combination of the two. Wading River, New York. Tarzan Racing, 68 Chevrolet, left side. Graham and Moore Racing, 68 car, the right-hand side. Joe Moore, Douglasville, PA. Super Street continues. We should have Super Comp in the lanes. Ready to roll. 14 light for Moore on the right-hand side. 41 for Frank Louvolio. Lou's Automotive Racer. Both drivers red. Round 1 of Super Street qualifying. 1082 for Don Garbinski. 1120 for Louvolio. It's Kelly Barbado and Carly Wolf. Kelly won one of our .90 races here a couple of weeks ago. Barbado Racing, 68 Chevrolet, right-hand side. Carly Wolf, Lumberton, New Jersey, Mustang. .90 Ford for Carly Wolf, Penske Lane. Ten on the red side for Kelly, 59 green for Wolf. Barbado first to the stripe, a couple of 1097s, 150. D1 champ Brian Sawyer coming up in the left side. Ethan Sutherland, Chicopee, Massachusetts, home of W.A. Lee. In the Chevelle. Sawyer also running up at Epping, runner-up at Lebanon Valley this season. 25 light for Sawyer. Quarter mile time of 1081 at 145, 1072, 135 for Ethan Sutherland. The big Chevrolet. Joe Lombardo and Kevin Core. The Myerstown Dart. Kevin Core, Penske side. Joe Lombardo in the Firebird. Core red by 3, 41 green for Lombardo. Kevin Core, 1083, 1106 for Lombardo. 128 and 150. Ryan Roberts, Taylor Iacono. Winner at Epping. Taylor here in the pickup. Ryan Roberts. Select Performance sponsored Nova. Couple of reds this time for Roberts and Iacono. $10.94 for Ryan Roberts, $10.89 for Taylor. Sean Lanigan, Dave Bergfeld. Lanigan, the runner-up to Kelly Barbado in that race here at Maple Grove Raceway. Lanigan red by 2, 35 on the green side for Bergfeld. Bergfeld comes in at 10.94, 10.94 also for Sean Lanigan, 146 and 148. Rick Mattioli. Lucas Oil side, little Chevrolet Monza. No information on that race car, at least not yet. Super Street Racer. No bot, no stop. Maybe he's doing it at the other end. Doing a Garrettson deal. Left lane, 1085 is doing something. 1092 for Rick Mattioli with a 006 light. Hey, it's Keith Mayers and Sean Frick. Keith Mayers won the Dutch here last year, the Lucas Oil race here last year, and the Mid-Atlantic Series. Started out this season at the first race in Epping, taking out Brian Sawyer with a 001 light in the final. Sean Frick, Flemington, New Jersey. Here in the left lane, Keith Mayers in the right-hand side with the Porsche. Mayers goes 007. 50 light for Sean, the accelerated travel Pontiac out in front. 1090 for Sean Frick. 1094 for Keith Mayers. 138 and 154. Rich Epricht in the Monte Carlo. Bill Krug. Chevrolet Nova, Albany, New York. Firematic race car. Looks like we have a full field of super street cars here this weekend, that's for sure. 17 on the tree for Eprick. Superstock, we need you. Superstock, we need you. Eprick goes 1093, 1091 for Bill Krug. Kyle Bigley, division champ, Jegs All-Star winner, divisional event winner, right-hand side, West Milford, New Jersey. Little Chevrolet Vega wagon for Tommy D. .006, Penske side, 60 light for Bigley. Bigley cranks out at 1086, 1084 for Tommy D. Don Rudolph and Heath Nadeau. Nadeau in the Monza. Rudolph, the canned heat going up country. Chevy Nova right-hand side. Somebody doing some popping out there, needing a tune-up. Fresh set of Champion spark plugs. A 1089 for the canned heat, 1446 for Heath. And Tommy Hill wraps up the round with this beautiful 5.6 Chevrolet, 56 Bel Air, 500-inch Chevrolet under the hood. Got all the original chrome trim, the works. Looks like your Saturday night cruising car, not a super street car. See how it performs. Well, Tommy's 19 on the tree. Runs 1122 at 142. That's it for Super Street. We're going to touch up our starting line. Then we're going to go with Super Comp. We've called Super Stock to the lanes. We've called Super Stock into the lanes. Once again, don't forget, racers, we appreciate your cooperation. 2 crew members per car out on the starting line. 2 only. 2 crew members per car out on the starting line. We appreciate if you wear face mask or face covering. 4 for Comp Eliminator. Also, if you're leaving the track and returning, you're going out for lunch, you're going out to pick up some parts, you're going out to do whatever, you're coming back to the racetrack, make sure you have your tickets with you for readmission. Wristbands are not good enough. You need to have your tickets. We are live on D1TV thanks to MicroStrategies, Technology, Solutions, Business Results. Once again, don't forget the PCRichard.com Perfect Pass Payout Program here this weekend for stock and super stock. The first to run exactly on your dial in to the 1,000th. That's on a winning run. You will receive a $200 PC Richard & Son gift card if you have the decal. $100 if you do not have the decal. Decals are available at the tech trailer. There will be one recipient for stock, one recipient for super stock at each event. If no one claims the award, it will carry over to the next event. PCRichard.com Perfect Pass Program here to bring additional excitement to our events. Thanks again, PC Richard & Sons, for their support. That's the PCRichard.com Perfect Pass Award available here this weekend at this event. Thanks once again to Gary Richard for sponsoring Northeast Division Racing here at Maple Grove Raceway. Once again, we need super stock as we get into Super Comp. 890 cars. Full-body cars, roadsters permitted. That's full-body cars, dragsters, altereds permitted in Super Comp. Running the 890 Index, 370 Pro Tree. First pair up, Jason Kenny, Jennifer Murray. Kenny in the left lane, Murray in the right-hand side. Dragsters run 888, 891, 177, and 164. That's John Bruzzo and John Durfus warm up. Super stock, we've called super stock into the lanes. Super stock. So John Durfus having some problems keeping the car on the starting line here in the left lane. Will get no time for his First round effort. John Bruzzo, meanwhile, goes 75 on the tree, runs 893 at 170. Bruzzo family racer in the Lucas Oil side. Stephen Logan and William Pitts. Pitts here in the left lane. Stephen Logan, right-hand side. Northeastern Mechanical Incorporated racer. Now it's Logan having a problem in the right-hand lane. Pitts, meanwhile, goes 20 on the tree. Runs 9:15 at 172. And Stephen Logan getting a push back. Super stock, we've called super stock. To the lanes, super stock. Dana Bouchon and Rich Dorr. Dana here in the left lane, Richie over there on the right-hand side. Watertown, New York. Dana out of East Hampton, Connecticut. Double 0-1 for Dana, 95 light for Richie. Dana Bouchon, 890. How about a 6,000s package there for Dana? 889, 170 for Dorer in the right-hand side. Daniel Bisbano, Mike Moniz. Super Comp Vega. For Mike Moniz, Fairhaven, Massachusetts. Bisbano, Buchanan, New York. Mr. Happy. Super stock should be in the lanes. Super stock. Hispano, runner-up at Lebanon Valley, goes 002. Moniz in the Vega, 17 on the tree right there with the dragster. Moniz runs at 890, 894 for Bispano, 172 and 169, 172 miles an hour with that Vega. Wow. Chris Kapelka, Dave Long family racer. Plain red dragster, right-hand side. Branson, West Virginia. Jay's Automotive. Long family and S&W race cars, Tower Lane. That's the Penske side. Chase Fonstock. Thomas Coultrere. Maybe that's Coutier. That's probably right? Numerous wins at New England Dragway for Thomas. Coutier red by 25, 27 light for Chase Fonstock. 884, Chase Fonstock, Coutier with an 889, 174 and 176. Randy Winfelder, Anthony Barrett. Tony Barrett Racing and powder coat finishes on the line. .001 red for Randy, .001 on the green side for Anthony. Anthony Barrett, 891, 890 with a 5, or 9 flat with a 5, make it. Sorry about that. For Winfelder. Chris Garrettson and Kathy Smulligan. Garrettson still running the little wheels. The era of the little wheels has come and gone, Chris. Many years ago. Kathy Smulligan on the right-hand side. Smulligan Motorsports, Coopersburg, PA. Middletown, Delaware, home of Garrettson. Line Squirrel Racing, Penske side. 005 for Garrettson. And he slows the car down at the other end. Comes up with an 895, 889 for Kathy Smulligan. 125 and 177. Greg Hayes, Kevin Goatee. Hayes, local racer out of York, Pennsylvania. The Power Band Gambler. Beautiful color. Kevin over there on the right-hand side looks sporting some new sheet metal. At the least. Could be an all-new car for Kevin. See how it works. Well, reaction time-wise, Kevin's got to hit the practice tree a little bit. Runs at 847 at 162. Slow it down, too. 890 at 172 for Greg Hayes. Captain Spaulding, Steve Spaulding, right-hand side. William Hardiford, WNT Pipeline Consultants. Beautiful dragster. S&W chassis here in the Penske side. Spaulding General Contractors, Lucas Oil Lane. Friday morning here at Maple Grove Raceway. Welcome all watching out there on D1TV Live. Hope you're enjoying the show. We are here at Maple Grove Raceway. A lot of cars here this weekend at Maple Grove. Some good cars too. All the Northeast Division race cars and a couple of visitors from out of D1 range here this weekend for exciting rounds of racing in Super Comp. We have the Super Comp cars up right now. And again, a lot of good race cars here this weekend at Maple Grove. Jamie Madison, Christina Cox Walter, the DC Construction, DC Contracting entry, left lane. Marsters Racing Dragster, right-hand side. Jamie Madison goes 007. Christina, 41 on the tree. Christina, 896, 897 for Jamie Madison. Rich Peeble, Dave Markle. Dave Barkley, 004, 24 light for Richard. Quarter mile times, 894, 891. Better of the two, Rich Beeble in the Lucas Oil lane. Now it's Mike Hepp, Dave Steiner doing double duty here this weekend as a hired gun. And here in the Roadrunner Race Fuel Super Comp Dragster. Mike Hepp, Levittown, PA. Racing for recovery. See Mike Hepp about that for more information. Moore's Auto Repairs entry. Levittown, PA, Mike Hepp. Steiner, 008. 9 red for Michael. Dave Stein, 890 with a 1, 890 with a 6 for Mike Hepp. Philip Langford and Andre Brown. Brown and Powers, Lucas Oil. Appropriately in the Lucas Oil lane. Philip Langford, Langhorne, PA, the Gold Rush Trailers dragster. $23 green for Langford. Langford, 885, 173, 912, 166 for Andre with a red light start. Joey Cambria and David Markley. Airlift Company, Ken's Custom Chassis, right-hand side, local racer Joey Cambria. Dad, a fixture out there on the starting line. Was a racer here since day one. That was back in 1964 when this racetrack opened. As a full quarter mile, that is. And Dave Markley, JRO Design. Sharp looking graphics on both race cars. $16 light for Cambria. Joey Cambria, 893, 897 for Markley. Now it's Karestein warming up in the Penske side. T.C. Smith. Good old T.C. Lucas Oil Lane. Bumping them into the beams. Smith and Stricker. Smith and Stein. Still saying her name wrong. Well, so many years she was Kara Stricker, all through juniors and up through the classes. 25 light for Kara Stein. 888, 894 on the Lucas Oil scoreboard. Tiffany Mink and Kevin Scholl. Back in August, Kevin Scholl was runner-up to Lee Ream, one of our .90 weekends here at Maple Grove. One of two that we had. Very successful races. Saw a lot of interest, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of race cars there. So that was good to have that opportunity for these racers to get out, get dialed in for this event. Tiffany, Delta, Pennsylvania, DC Contracting, Autumn Sky Outfitters. Beautiful logo. Graphics on that car. Kevin Scholl, Hook Daddy Motorsports, 891 for Kevin, 905 for Tiffany. Melissa Thompson and Jerry Holcomb. Superstock cars should be in the lanes. Superstock should be in the lanes. Holcomb 13, light 66, light for Melissa. Melissa Thompson, well, shuts it down early. Coast to a 1370, 948 at 163 for Jerry Holcomb. Okie doke, John Smith, Ed McClef, take green light. Well, actually red light, 17 red, both sides. 889 for John Smith, 892 for Ed McClef. Now it's Eric Reif and Mike Bodner. AA Auto Salvage, Moses Transmissions, entry on the right-hand side, Kendall Park, New Jersey, Lucas Oil side. Penske Lane, Eric Reif from Boyertown, GSR Racing Products. His sponsor. And South Mountain Dragaway. Can't forget the fine folks at South Mountain. Out there in Boiling Springs, Pennsylvania. $14 light for Bodner, $35 for Reif. On down the quarter mile they go. Bodner, 863, 888 for Eric Reif. 175 and 172. Speaking of AA Auto Salvage, here's Karen Stalba, Hamilton, New Jersey, AA Auto Salvage Super Comp entry. Tommy Stalba's racer. Looks like Karen deciding to do some Super Comp racing this weekend. Hopping out of the A-Fuel car into this car. Jack Donnelly, Donnelly Construction. Ed Quay Chassis, Atco, New Jersey. Donnelly, Lucas Oil side. See how Karen makes out here with the .90 car. $19 light for Stalba. Donnelly at 017. Karen Stalba 889, 887 for Jack Donnelly. Mike Robolato, Deb Moses. Robolato winner at Lebanon Valley. He's in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Deb Moses, Ken Moses Race Transmissions, Colonia, New Jersey, here in the Tower Lane. .011, .010. Superstock should be in the lanes. You'll be up next. 891 for Robolato. 886 for Moses. Amanda Wojcicki, Jack Sapanik. Amanda, winner at Epping earlier in the season. She'll be over there on the right-hand side. Super Gas to the lanes, the Sublime, the Superb. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas, bring them into the lanes. Superstock should be ready and waiting. Anxious to get started. Amanda Wojcicki here in the right-hand lane. Jack Sapanik in the left lane. National and divisional wins for Jack Sapanik. Amanda starting her own list of achievements as a junior dragster racer in the division and the statewide. Amanda Wojcicki, 36 light, runs 881, 890 with a 0 for Jack Sapanik. Kyle Bigley, Howie Smith. KB Trailer Sales, H2 Motorsports, represented out there on the racetrack. Super Gas, 990 super gas. Bring him to the lanes. Super gas. Kyle Begley, red by 1. 20 on the green side for Howie. Kyle Begley, 888, 884 for Howie Smith. Warming up, Doug Dahl, Bill Krug. Firematic and Martino Race Engines, Tower Side. Doug Dahl, Lightning Chassis, ATI Performance. Outstanding driver. Doug Dahl on the right-hand side, Douglas, Massachusetts. Bill Krug here in the Penske side out of Albany, New York. Doug Dahl with a 000. Perfect reaction time, 11 red for Bill. How about a dead-on 890 with a 0 with a perfect light? Doug Dahl, perfect run. Wow. So time for Brandon Miller and Chris DePascal. Brandon Miller, Chris DePascal heading down the racetrack. 889 for Chris. 889 also for Brandon Miller. Alan O'Brien and Tom Hunter. A lot of smoke down there in the shutdown area. A lot of smoke. We're going to have to check this out. We shall see. And we're going to be on hold here for a moment as we check our racetrack. Once again, we are pleased to announce Tommy Tape and Select Performance return to sponsor the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman Series for this season. The Tommy Tape Top Dragster Series is presented by Select Performance and will be the name of the Top Dragster class. Meanwhile, Tommy Tape Sportsman Series will be presented by Select Performance, will be the name for the Fast Door Slammer class. Classes will be contested in conjunction with Northeast Division events here in the Lucas Oil Racing Series for 2020. For more information on Tommy Tape, sorry about that, please visit the website, TommyTape.com. Select Performance can be reached at 631-510-1245. Thanks again, Tommy Tape and Select Performance, for sponsoring the Top Sportsman and Top Dragster Series here at Maple Grove, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, for another season. Thanks to all our fine sponsors here in Division 1. We are live on D1TV, MicroStrategy sponsoring that. Once again, PC Richard in charge of the Perfect Pass program for stock and super stock. Tommy Tape and Select Performance in charge of Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Thanks to all our fine sponsors here in Division 1 for their participation and their sponsorship. And again, thanks to all the racers for coming out here this weekend to Maple Grove Raceway for the belated Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. I'm looking at Super Comp cars, so I'm about ready to talk about Super Comp, but not finishing what I'm saying first. Looks like we got a good bunch of cars here this weekend, and we should have a good weekend weather-wise, so weather's clearing up a bit, giving us just a little bit of sunshine, but not too much, so that'll be good. Nice fall day. Glad to have you all here at the Grove. We've called Super Gas into the lanes. Super Gas should be in the lanes or on your way. Super Stock will be up next. Then we'll go to Super Gas, then Top Dragster, then Comp, then Top Sportsman. That'll finish up the round. Billy, just so you have a heads up, maybe after Top Sportsman, maybe after we finish this round, we'll switch over. After we finish this first round, I think we'll be good for a change. We do have some cleanup going on down there in the shutdown area, so we are on hold here momentarily. We have just a couple of more Super Comp cars to go, I do believe. We want to thank the fine folks at ATI Performance Products. NHRA Northeast Division announcing once again the deal benefiting stock and super stock racers competing in the Division Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events, as well as PCRichard.com National Open Series events. This is now the 4th year of the program. Stock and super stock presented by ATI Performance Products. ATI will present the winner and runner-up of both classes bonus purse money, which is not product or decal contingent. Stock and Super Stock Eliminator, presented by ATI Performance Products event finalists, will receive an additional $500 for winning, $250 for runner-up at Northeast Division Lucas Oil Series events, and at PCRichard.com National Open events. ATI Performance Products bonus money program is currently set to run through 2020, 21, and 22 seasons. This program is in addition to ATI's normal NHRA contingency payouts. ATI was founded and grew up with bracket racers, running stock and super stock from the 60s till now. For 55 years, racers have trusted ATI for race-winning products, and ATI wants to show their appreciation by giving back to all the class racers. Check them out at their website, ATIRacing.com. Thanks to ATI Performance Products for their participation here this weekend and for all their help here at Maple Grove Raceway as well. They sponsor our Pro Eliminator category here at our regular ET Series events. Thanks to ATI. Many years of success as well. At this event back in 1969, that was back when it involved all the classes. Remember when the points race was all the classes in the Northeast Division, including the pro categories. After 2 years with the NASCAR sanctioning, NHRA was again the sponsor, the sanctioning body for Maple Grove Raceway in 1969. That first points race, it was Tom Rowley in Top Fuel. D.A. Santucci won Top Gas. In a class called Super Eliminator, it was Ron Scott. That was a class for blown altereds and blown gassers. In Comp Eliminator, unblown altereds, gassers, dragsters, that was Joe Law. In Street Eliminator, it was Dave Strickler. Super Stock was won by Bill Jenkins, and Stock was won by Ken Gunning, the Gunning Brothers racer out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So a long history of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events here at Maple Grove Raceway. Had that, okay, here it is. 1980, I believe it was when they changed over to the format as we have it now. Yeah, 1980 was the last season for Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Stock, and Pro Comp. By that year, 1980, the categories were Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Stock, Pro Comp, Comp Eliminator, Modified, Super Stock, and Stock. Then in 1981, it changed over to Alcohol, Dragsters, and Funny Cars, Comp, Modified, Super Stock, Super Comp. And 1981 was the first year for Super Gas. In 1980, the last professional categories were won by Jeb Allen, John Spielman, Frank Iaconio. Joe Amato won Pro Comp. In Comp Eliminator, it was Bob Newberry. Ross Gerken won Modified. Joe Scott, Super Stock. Tex Miller won Stock. All right, we need the following racers, and this is for a stern reprimand by Sarah. We need the following racers to the base of the tower. Not a stern reprimand. We just need following racers to the base of the tower, please. John Tiniakos, Michael Esposito, and Ed Foley. We need those racers to the base of the tower. See Sarah. John Tiniakos, Michael Esposito, and Ed Foley, please report to the base of the tower. Hey, the ice cream stand, the pizza stand, the Nitro Grill will be open today. I hope today, all weekend long. Ice cream cones, dishes, floats, shakes, funnel cakes, deep-fried Oreos are available at the ice cream stand in addition to old-fashioned craft soda and float flavors. 20 different shake flavors. Ice cream cookie sandwiches. At the pizza stand, you can get pizza, soda, lemonade, Monster energy drinks, a gluten-free crust, cauliflower crust, 10-inch personal pizza available, as well as mozzarella sticks. Plus, don't forget the Nitro Grill and a weekend special at the pizza stand. Bag of chips for just $1. You want a quick snack? Check out the pizza stand. The Nitro Grill, the ice cream stand available this weekend. Once again, we need John Toniakos, Michael Esposito, Ed Foley to the base of the tower. We need those 3 drivers to the base of the tower to see Sarah. All right, we all cleaned up down there. Right, racers back in the pits. We are reminding you the Potty Queen people are here. If you see them cleaning out the facilities, you need to get your rig pumped out. Potty Queen is on site. If you see them back there in the pits, flag them down. If you need to get your motorhome, your trailer, whatever pumped out, they are here and available for you. All right, Alan O'Brien and Tom Hunter. We're back to racing in Super Comp. The QPR Quality Asphalt Repair entry. Alan O'Brien up from West Virginia here in the left lane. Tom Hunter, York, PA, Gilbert's Automotive. Over there on the Lucas Oil side. Hunter red by 8, 35 green for O'Brien. Tom Hunter 903, 917 for Alan O'Brien. Sean Frick, Walter Olt. Accelerated travel entry, Sean Frick, Flemington, New Jersey. Sean and Jackie. K&N Oscars Motorsports for Walter Olt. Medford, New Jersey, right-hand side. Just a couple more cars to go. That'll wrap it up for Super Comp. We'll have Super Stock to follow. They will be followed by Super Gas. Super Gas should be in the lanes or on your way. How about a 001 for Walter, 009 for Sean. Sean Frick, 890 with the 6, 888 for Walter. And the last of the Super Comp cars. 5.7 Chevrolet door car over there on the right-hand side. D1 champ Tom Stalba. Here in the left lane, also the winner of the Lucas Oil race the last 2 years in a row. Double 21 light, 4 red for the 5.7 Chevrolet. Stauber runs an 883, 892. Lucas Oil side, 178 and 151. Saturday, 8 a.m. in the grass behind the Tech Barn. Saturday morning, 8 a.m. in the grass behind the Tech Barn. Everyone welcome. Chaplain Dale, Racers for Christ. Bring a chair or sit in the golf cart or ATV. Don't forget they have sheets and ladders available at their trailer. Also earplugs for just $1. Run sheets and ladders for just $1. Join the folks from Racers for Christ. Chapel service Saturday morning, 8 a.m. in the grass behind the Tech Barn. All are welcome. Visit there. Be with Chaplain Dale and the Racers for Christ. Super Stock. Here we go. Variety of classes, a variety of cars in this category. Again, the step up from stock eliminator. Engine still has to be the same make and year as the car, but you can do anything with a cam and the valve change. Porting is permitted. That makes them go a lot faster. Gary Richard, Dave Childs, 32 and 67 on the light. 932 for Gary Richard, 944 for Dave Childs. Next up, it'll be SpongeBob Brinkman, Superstock C Modified Corvette, right-hand side. And Russ Linky in the Superstock GTK Automatic. Again, the GT class. I mentioned Superstock engines and have to be the make and year for the car. However, in the Superstock GT class, you can use a newer style body with an old tried and true engine combination, something that was not available in that model or that year of vehicle. However, it is still by the same manufacturer. So that puts you in the Superstock GT class. We have some excess residue. Hey, Dave, you think we could set it up somehow so that when we have downtime, this automatically switches over to some Stooges? Yeah. Yeah, oh no. We have them here in the tower, so you think you are of that quality, do you? Yeah, we have Jim, Dave, and Dan. They don't fit the look, though. They just don't fit the look. So a little extra rice hull ash being cleaned off down there in the shutdown area, whatever it is. Again, don't forget the chapel service tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Join Racers for Christ. That is behind the Tech Barn in the grass. Bring your blanket, golf cart, chair, whatever. Join Chaplain Dale tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. So Russ Linky, Bob Brinkman, waiting patiently here behind the starting line. Last year in the division, it was Steve Camella, the season champion. Last year at this event, it was Roy Kinslow, 2019 Maple Grove Lucas Oil winner. Sterling Simmons was the runner-up in that match. To view and purchase photos from this event, go to division1photos.com. I think that was the last time for that, Diane. The paper just fell apart in my hand. You'll have to make a new one. All right, we got a good bunch of super stocks here this weekend. Let's get on the way with some super stock. Rolling into the water, Bob Brinkman, Russ Linky. Couple good old boys out of Old Bridge, New Jersey, Colonia, New Jersey. 60 Corvette, 07 Cobalt. Both small block powered racers. Right, Robert Brinkman, Lucas Oil side, Penske side, Russ Linky. Getting them staged up. Getting started here with round one of Super Stock. Qualifying round one, that is, for Super Stock. SpongeBob. Wheel stand off the starting line. Good one, too. 9:16 for SpongeBob. 10:19 for Russ Linky. That's cool, isn't it? Can't beat that little super stock modified Corvette. Daniel Henderson, Super G automatic car, right-hand side. 70 Challenger, 400 plus inches, Hagerstown, Maryland. Doug Linke, GTK car, Pontiac, ATI Performance, 350 Chevrolet powered. Class index up on the scoreboard, 1090, 1055. Henderson on the 1055 index runs 1012, 1041 on the 1090 for Linke in the left lane. Wendy Caliendo and Nicholas Childs. Fredericksburg, Virginia, Chevy Cobalt, great looking race car. 003 on the tree for Childs. Super Stock B modified stock runs 929 on a 965 index. Caliendo 1071 on 1125. Scott Giordano and Mark Lawton. Lawton in white. Racer Tower side, Giordano. Racing Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. Both cars 1987 model Chevrolet Camaro with 350 power. '21 light for Mark Lawton. He's running on that 1040 index. And it goes to 984, 985 for Giordano. 133 miles an hour both sides. John Simbeck and Eddie Bloom. Simbeck, factory Super Stock B. Look at the index on that car. 920. He's a repair shop owner. He must have quite a repair shop business. Quite a business going. To run one of those race cars, factory Super B car runs 10,867 at 157 miles an hour, 945, 127 in the left lane. Time for Alex Chanko and Dean Ribeiro. Factory Super Stock B, another factory Super Stock B Cobra Jet car. This one with a 302. 350 powered Chevy, Whitehead Motors. Candia, New Hampshire. Good lights both sides of the racetrack, 005, 015. Factory car looking to go 920 or better. How about a 950 at 152, 1088, 122 for Ribeiro in the Super J car. Richard K, Steve Camella, the defending champion here in the division in the Hemi, Webster, New York. Chuck and Steve Camella, 68 Dodge 426 Hemi. Richard K, Super Stock B modified, Plymouth Valiant. .40 light for Richard, 42 light for Steven. Camella 881, 880 for Richard K, 136 and 150. Now it's Jeff Tripp and Bob Bagley. Super Stock M automatic, 5.7 Chevrolet wagon with a 283. Jeff Tripp, the Monte Carlo Super Stock 8 modified. Index for that race car 9 flat. Index on the Super M Chevrolet 1185. Bagley and Tripp head down the quarter mile. Jeff Tripp will gets there first with an 888. 1136 for Bob Bagley, 151 and 113. Bob Cupp, Sterling Simmons. Simmons runner-up at this race last year. 05 Cavalier with a 350 Chevy on board. That puts him in GTF automatic. Class index of 1025. 1070 the index for the Super I automatic Chevrolet Malibu with a 327 of Bob Cupp. Simmons just kind of a lazy roll off the starting line and just coasting down the Penske lane. Meanwhile, Cupp cranks out at 11:14 at 115 miles an hour. Dwayne Iscan, Alexandria, Virginia. Mason Biondo, PRP, Barco, 351 Ford Mustang, GTK automatic right-hand side. You like your super stock cars nostalgic. Vic Giovanetti in the 55 Chevy wagon. Super F modified. The RPMs come up. The cars leave the starting line. 006 for Dwayne. Victor with a 39 light. Yavanetti goes 966. 1082 for the Ford. Wallace Dent. Bill Marshall. Super Gas should be in the lanes. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. .006 for Wallace Dent. Super J automatic car, 11 flat index, runs 1006 at 131. 962, 137 for Bill Marshall. James Vanek, John Cira. The Rock and Roll Express, GTK automatic car, that's John Cira. Rochester, New York, James Vanek. North Versailles, Pennsylvania, Vanek Racing Engines. $996 for James, $1069 for John Cira. Charlie Bubka, Carol Morris. Got a Ford versus Chevrolet matchup here. A couple of regulars in the division for many years. Super H automatic, Carol Morris, Manchester, Maryland. 71 Ford 351. Charlie Bubka runs in Super H with a 350 Chevy and a 67 Camaro body. Out of Manorville, New York. He's a fire truck mechanic. Morris, big wheel, I would imagine, or owner of Morris Automotive and Machine. Morris a little on the red side. Bubka hits the 33 on the tree. Morris first to the stripe with a 1009, 1022 for Charlie Bubka. 131 and 128. Joe Lisa, Joey Cole. Joey Cole in the Lawrence Engines Monte Carlo. It's Joey Cole, 974 on the 10 flat index in GTD automatic. Joe Lisa runs a 1001 in the Penske side. Roy Kinslow, Steve Supka. Again, Kinslow, the winner of this event last year. That's a 1983 Pontiac with a 305. That puts him in the Super K automatic. Supka Factory Super Stock D. Camaro on the right-hand side. The Lucas Oil side for Steve Supka. McHugh Racer. 26-27. Good lights both sides of the racetrack. Supka wheels up. Heads down to the finish line. The Lucas Oil side running a 901 on a 990 index. 10:52 for Roy Kinslow. Chet Finchke, Herb Sullivan. Chet Finchke Race Cars Pontiac. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, Herbie Sullivan. Sullivan's Septic Service. Ridgely, Maryland. Sullivan gets the wheel stand award in that matchup. Coast to a 1034 at 103, 1017, 130 for Chet Finchke. Dwayne Hooven and Pat Glade. Hooven's got a 71 Ford Mustang 302. Ford Mustang, Ford Maverick. Get it right. Ford Maverick with a 302. Pat Glade in the Buick Somerset. Patrick Glade, 993, 1088 for Dwayne Hooven. Time for Dave Thomas, Factory Superstock E, Thomas Dairy Queen, Challenger, the drag pack car. Larry Jewell, the familiar Corvette, Super D automatic. Ulysses, PA, Westchester, PA, on the line. 22 green for Larry Jewell. It's Dave Thomas first to the finish line with a 933 at 144, 955, 139 for Larry Jewell. Ed Newton, six-cylinder car. Chevy Monza, 254 inches. Leesburg, Virginia. George Taylor, Super E modified. The Alco Hauler. George Taylor, Ed Newton making some big-time RPMs off the line. $899 for Newton, $935 for Taylor. 148 and 142. Mark Lebrecht, Kyle Core. What a beautiful car. This is the original Charlie Allen Superstock car, too. 68 Dodge. 383 out of Myerstown, PA. Mark Lebrecht. Whately, Massachusetts. Marco Race Cars. S10. Nice wheels up both sides of the racetrack. Core and Lebrecht side by side. It's Mark with a 999, 1035 for Kyle. 132 and 126. Joe Mandillo and Bill Arpine. A couple of racers out of Hamden, Connecticut, both drivers. Super E modified to the right-hand side, GTG automatic for Arpine here in the left side. .008 for Bill. 960 for Joe Mandillo. 981 for Bill Arpine. Brittany Bolts, Jacques Blaze. Super Gas should be in the lanes. Super Gas should be in the lanes. We've called Super Gas. You'll be up next. Brittany with an 1122, 1108 for Jacques with the class record holder. Robert Izzy and James Daniels. James Daniels is not in this car, obviously, but last year the Hemi Shootout winner here at the Dutch, here at this event, which was the Dutch, which is not this event. Something that's it's the same thing. All right, once again, racers, listen up. After this pair, 922 for Robert Izzy, 1066 for James Daniels. Racers, listen up. Unless it is a tow vehicle, no golf carts, four-wheelers, scooters in the staging lanes, please. Unless they are tow vehicles, please, no golf carts, scooters, four-wheelers in the staging lanes. Keep them on the other side of the fence on the left or on the other side of the guardrail on the right. No golf carts, scooters, four-wheelers in the staging lanes, please, unless they are tow vehicles. Aaron Allison, Eddie Moranian. Aaron Allison, Super B modified. Eddie Moranian, GTE automatic Corvette. Moranian runs 937, 901 for Aaron Allison. Now it's Roger Reese and Kevin Clark. Kevin's got a Buick Grand Sport with a 327, 65 Chevy 2 with a classic 327 under the hood, Super J automatic car for Roger Reese. Manchester, Maryland, home of Roger Reese. Reese runs 1043, 1094 for Kevin Clark out of Springfield, Massachusetts. William Kennedy and Jeff Thornton. Thornton and Kennedy. GTH automatic, GTM automatic. Thornton 10:06, 10:33 for Kennedy. Both at 129. Gary Wolkowitz and James Antoinette will be our next matchup. Number 2 in the division, James Antoinette, will be here on the left side, the JA Performance Racer. Pontiac Grand Am, small block Chevy, puts it in super stock, C modified stock. Gary Wolkowitz, the Hemi car, White House Station, New Jersey, Ray Barton Racing, 68 Dodge with a Hemi. '07 light for Wolkowitz, 15 on the tree for Antoinette. Hemi car runs 845 at 156, 972, 138 for James Antoinette in the left lane. Herbie Null, Jonathan Alaguchi. Herbie, winner of the Nationals last year. GTH automatic. Left lane, Jonathan Alaguchi. Factory Super Stock E. The flying wedge, Ray Barton. Wheels up off the line, red for Jonathan. Herbie Null with a good 001. But it's the factory Super Stock car getting there first. 918, 146 for Jonathan. 975, 135 for Herbie Null. Mark Alvey and Jeffrey Lawrence. Lawrence Racing Engines, 88 Ford, 351. Right hand side. Alvey's Mickey Thompson Tire Special. And Alvey's Lawn Care. Here on the Penske side. Red light start for Mark. Jeffrey with a 33, green. He's got the GTE automatic, looking to go better than 1010, runs 907 at 147. 1007, 132 for the Super J car. Alvey in the left lane. Michael Allen, Longhead Pontiac, Firehawk, Aston PA, Troy Huntsberry, Hagerstown, Maryland, Huntsberry and Sons Chevrolet Camaro. GTD automatic, right-hand lane, GTJ automatic, left lane, the Penske side. Michael Allen shutting it down early. Huntsberry, meanwhile, 984 on the 1080 index at 134 miles an hour. And Michael Allen rolling slow. Brian Valentine waiting along with John Agnetta. That'll be your next pair. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Bring him into the lanes. Top dragster. To the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Wait a minute, I'll get it. I'll get it in a minute. Tommy Tape, top dragster. Presented by Select Performance. John Agnetta with a 1038 at 128. 1109 101 for Brian Valentine. Ronald Huntsbury in the Chevy Cobalt. Michael Iacono, the Firematic Chevrolet Camaro. You like them wheels up? There you go. Iacono and Huntsbury putting on a show. 1010 for Michael. 967 for Ronald. 105 and 136. Thomas Whitman and Byron Werner. Byron, winner at Lebanon Valley here in the left lane. T-top car. 94 Chevrolet 02 version for Thomas Whitman in the right-hand side. Tom and Mary, Honeybrook, Pennsylvania. 009 Tom Whitman, good green light start. Byron Werner, red by 8. Werner first to the finish line with a 10:04 on a 1070 index. 10:43 on an 1120 index for Whitmer. Larry Miller, Brian Werner, who won the first race at Epping. And Larry Miller, Super F automatic, 70 CUDA, 440 car. Looks like Brian out wheel stands Byron. 18 green light for Brian and a 1029 in the quarter. 981 for Larry Miller in the CUDA. Rich Eprick, Pete Diagnolo. That's a pretty Camaro. Super stock C modified stock, Super P automatic for Rich Eprick, Harleysville, PA. In the Chevrolet Caprice. Diagnolo 006, 971 in the quarter. 1254 for Rich Eprick. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Bring him into the lanes, please. Jeffrey Jewell and Jeff Roll. Jewell Computing Solutions. Super Stock C car. Launching in the Lucas Oil side, Jeff Roll. Factory Super Stock G Ford. 946 for Roll, 939 for Jewell. Dean Mowry, Bob Leterrier. The Bob's Auto Sales Copo. Dean Mowry in the Avenger. Dean Mowry shutting it off early. Well, not completely. Now he's back under power. Meanwhile, 1030 on a 1020 index, Bob Leterrier. The Bob's Auto Sales Racer, 64 light there for Bob. Once again, we need Top Dragster. Top Dragster. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Time for, what is it time for? See, that's it for Super Stock, so that means it's time for Super Gas. Here we go. 990 cars. First appeared in official Division I competition in 1981. Season champion Stan Starzella. Meanwhile, out there on the racetrack, Steve DeSantis and Kevin Robb go at it. Robb a little on the red side, runs 967. DeSantis with an 1162. He's got to step it up with that Ford. Y'all gonna have to do something about that Ford. He ain't running that good. Rock Solid Motorsports. Right hand side. Let's see, who do we got here in the left lane? Okay. Little Chevy 2 waiting in the water as we're doing some mopping up out there. That's the delay. Little starting line cleanup there. That's Darren Wood, Unique Paintworks. Chevy 2. 67 body. Barkhamsted, Connecticut. Home of Darren. He's got 632 cubic inches under the hood of that little Chevy 2. Time trial round number 1 for Super Gas. No data. Apparently the driver on the right-hand side left before the green, and they got no information there. 981, 156. Meanwhile, for Darren Wood, he was 45 on the tree. And we got a good pair here side by side coming up next. Bill Trum, Barry Ribeiro. Last year at this event, it was Charlie Knopick who went on to the division championship. Leonard Marshall was the runner-up in the class. Ribeiro, the bad attitude. Well, apparently the car's having a bad attitude. Sounds like he's having some problems out there on the starting line. Trum ready and waiting in the right-hand lane. Once again, we call Top Dragster. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Bring him into the lanes, please. Starter sells Ribeiro, moving into position here. Let's go. Bill Trum, 23 on the tree, 77 light for Barry. 57 Chevy runs a 983, 993 for Bill Trum. Lenny Rioto and Dennis Allen. All right, the featured flyer. Lucas Oil side, Dennis Allen in the Penske lane. 70 Nova taking on the 63 body car. Red light start for Dennis, 16 green for Rioto. Time on the Nova Kane, 10:07. 988 for Dennis Allen. Jerry Pierce, Bill Nuzzo. Setzer and Pierce Racer. Olds Cutlass out of Albany, New York. Nuzzo, Irwin, PA in the Ford. Yeah, he was here a couple of weeks ago running the .90 class. .15 light for Nuzzo. Pierce with a perfect 000. Pierce 992, 981 for Bill Nuzzo. Ted Leahy, Dennis Torito. Boy, that's a bright. Look at the paint on that thing. Leahy and the Oldsmobile. Looks like an old Pro Stock car over there on the right-hand side. Could be, huh? Jefferson, Massachusetts for Ted. Torito out of Enfield, Connecticut. The Camaro Roadster. I guess paint doing its absolute best helps to make it more difficult to judge the car down there at the finish line if you play that game. 20 light for Torito and a 1005, 996 for Leahy. Now it's Rick Homan and Doug Marsters. Marsters racing Chevrolet Corvette 64 body. Rick Homan in the 67 Chevrolet. Both big inch Chevy power. Rick Homan 004, 28 light for Marsters. Marsters run 993, 992 for Homan. 155 and 157. Bob Keister's race car. Vinyl, New Jersey. Mid-Atlantic .90 guy over there on the right-hand side. Chevy wagon. Donald Miller, Dover, PA. Camaro Roadster. Tower side. Top Dragster should be in the lanes. Tommy Tate. Top Dragster presented by Select Performance. You should be in the lanes for a round of qualifying. 005 for Keister and a 973, 990 right on in the left lane. Now it's George Smith, Ron Orban. The live wire. The Orban Racing Vega. All right, time for Pete Luciano and Scott Reinford, the Moose. and the Lucky's race car. Chevrolet Camaro in the left lane. Reinford out of Gilbertsville. Luciano out of Malvern, PA. The Lucky's race cars. Lucky 14 on the red side, 28 green for Reinford. Reinford runs 995, 986 for Lucky. Kevin Malpin and Thomas Smith. All right, moving right along here. We need comp eliminator. Top dragster should be in the lanes. We are calling comp. First call for comp eliminator. To the lanes. Competition eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Thomas Smith, Kevin Malpin. Kevin runner-up to Tom Stalba here at our last race at Maple Grove, the .90 cars. Stuarts Draft, Virginia. Thomas Smith out of Hughstown, the Logan Transport racer. Malpin running out of the House of Pain Performance in the Beretta. Super Gas, round one of time trials for the Super Gas cars, the 990 cars. Top dragster should be in the lanes. Top dragster should be in the lanes. We put out a first call for comp. First call for comp. Good close reaction times, 23-27, 983 for Smith, 996 for Malpin. Jacob Helpa, Jake Barbado. Dodge for Jay. Camaro for Jake. 33 green for Jay. Red for Jake. Kapelka 990 with a 4. 1004 for Jake Barbado. Jeff Fisher, Iggy Boychesko. Amanda Jello. Mid-Atlantic champion last year, Iggy Boychesko. Over there on the right-hand side. Warminster, PA. Jeff Fisher, New Alexandria, Pennsylvania. Lining up at the Penske side. Comp to the lanes, comp. .008 for Iggy, 25 light for Fisher. In the lights, 989 for Iggy Boychesko, 991 for Jeff Fisher. Runner-up in the division last year and the 2018 division champ, Ray Sawyer, Tower Side. Sudden impact car. Corvette Roadster in the right-hand lane. Just a couple of more Super Cop cars to go, and then we'll be, looks like going into Top Dragster. Top Dragster will be up next. Sawyer, 17 light. Boy, look at that list of achievements. Super Gas World Champion, Division Champion, National Event Winner, Jegs All-Stars. Sawyer, 17 on the tree. Hank Smith, Oscar Alt. Hank and Lori out of Leesport, PA, the awesome vinyl right-hand side. K&N Filters, Oscar's Motorsports. Don Davis chassis for Oscar and the Penske side. 10:02, Oscar Holt. Hank Smith runs a 996. Reaction times 0:13, 0:12. Good lights both sides of the racetrack. Dale Coonson and Rich Price. Rich Price, runner-up to Labuse at Epping. Royersford, Pennsylvania. Price is moving in storage. Lucas Oil, Brady Mechanical for Dale Coonson in the right-hand side. 15 light for Dale, 8 for Price. Rich Price, 991, 990 with a 0, right on, Dale Coonson. Brenda Hunter, Charles Yannetti. Brenda, the York, PA Corvette. 989 at 171 for Brenda. Charles Yannetti coasting on down the Penske side. All right, Jason Kenny, tower side over there in the right-hand lane. Doesn't look an awful lot like Super Gas, does it? Turbocharged car. We'll give it a shot in the 990 class. .911 at 109 miles an hour, shutting it off at the 1,000-foot mark, hitting the brakes on top of that. 997, 166 for Jason Kenny. That's it for Super Gas. That's it for Super Gas. Top Dragster coming up next. Tommy Tape. Top Dragster presented by Select Performance. Thanks again, Tommy Tape and Select Performance, for once again sponsoring the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman classes. Comp Eliminator, we have called Comp into the lanes, Comp to the lanes. Looks like we're going to do a little brooming and dragging before we bring out Top and Top. And speaking of Comp Eliminator Racers in the Northeast Division, Firematic Supply Company Incorporated is pleased to announce the continuation of the Comp Eliminator Firematic First Reactor Award. This program will award $200 per Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event in the Northeast Division to the Comp Eliminator racer who reacts the best with the 00 reaction time on a winning run. In case of a tie, the driver who performed this feat first will receive the award. Single runs of any kind are not eligible. If no one accomplishes this during the event, the $200 will carry over to the next event. If we go the entire season without a claim, we'll be awarded for the best overall reaction time of the season at the division banquet. In addition to the bonus, the racers who record a perfect triple O reaction time on a winning run will have their names put in for a random drawing for an additional $1,000 presented by Firematic. In order to be eligible for the award, racers must run the decals provided by Firematic. Award checks will be mailed from Firematic following event completion. That's for the comp racers, the Firematic First Reactor Award. Good deal for the comp racers here in the division, and they will be up in just a bit. Top Dragster should be in the lanes. Comp rolling into the lanes. They'll be up next. Top Dragster. Top Dragster 770 and quicker to qualify. Dragsters, altereds, naturally aspirated small blocks, got to weigh 1,450 pounds. Nitrous big blocks 1,700 pounds. Blower or turbo cars 1,800 pounds. Good, fast ET racing. That's Top Dragster. Some fun stuff. They'll run over 200 miles an hour and they'll run the number. Pretty incredible. And you got a lot of cool stuff. You got big blocks, you got nitrous, you got blowers, you got pro chargers, turbochargers, a little bit of everything in the long skinny cars. Here we go with round one of qualifying for Top Dragster. That is Tommy Tape Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Rolling into the water, our first pair. It'll be William Masiello and Andre Brown. Got a Pro Charger car over there for Masiello, and 572 cubic inches in a Dan Page chassis. Ron Regal horsepower in the Lucas Oil Products racer here in the left lane. That's Andre Brown from Browns Mills, New Jersey. Masiello down from the state of Connecticut. The Pro Charger car. First pair up, Top Dragster. Again, 770 and quicker to qualify for the class. First pair off the line, red light start for Brown, 27 on the green side for Masiello. Look at Masiello. How about a 631 kick off this round at 223 miles an hour? 730, 184 for Andre Brown. Masiello hooking up just fine over there in the right-hand lane and running over 200. Now it's Edmund Ritchie, Bobby Vatia. Runner-up at the Dutch last year, Bobby Vatia on the right-hand side. Edmund Ritchie, Collegeville, PA. Southington, Connecticut, home of the Midnight Sun. Good 6-second cars here on the racetrack. Both big inch Chevrolets. Ritchie, red by 1,000th. Vatia with a good 009 light. And another fast one, 679. 205 for Bobby Vatia. 691, 193 for Edmund Ritchie. So Masiello is number 1. Vatia number 2. 2 cars already over 200 miles an hour. Gary Kobe, Scott Lucan. Lucan with a Pro Charger, 660 inches. 632 for Kobe. The Connecticut racer on the right-hand side. Lucan Automotive. Perry Hall, Maryland. .42 light for Lucan, 007 for Gary Kobe. Lucan leads the way down the Penske side. 634 at 217, 704, 192 for Gary Kobe. Masiello, Lucan, Mattia, Richie, Kobe, Brown, Sean Gilmore, Michael Esposito, Sean the Nitro Fish, the Copperhead, Fairless Hills, PA. Lucas Oil Side, Michael Esposito, Shafroff Racing Engines, Maspeth, New York. Here on the Penske side. Round 1 of qualifying for Top Dragster Tommy Tape. Top Dragster presented by Select Performance. Sean Gilmore, Michael Esposito taking their place on the starting line for a quick 6-second qualifying run. 15 green, 15 red rather for Sean Gilmore, 27 green for Esposito. Gilmore comes in at 685, 199, 698, 192 for Michael. Rebecca Miller and Alden Miller. Miller Motorsports and Auto Body. Canterbury, Connecticut, Rebecca. Lucas Oil Side, Alden Miller. Chester, Maryland, truck driver. Sponsored by A&M Marine. Boy, that quick. 8 cars have been down the racetrack. Masiello leading the field with a 631 at 223. Rebecca, 5 red, 18 green for Alden. Rebecca, 698, 191, 698, 190 for Alden Miller. DJ Cox, at least it was 2 weeks ago. DJ at the wheel of the Pro Charger equipped dragster on the right hand side. We'll see when we get the cards. I'm sure that's changed. Rick Bell here in the Penske lane. Wow, that is DJ. And DJ hits the tree with a triple O. Cranks out a 668 at 202. 696 at 190 for Rick Bell. Something on the track. And we're going to send the crew down there to pick it up. Comp should be in the lanes. Comp should be in the lanes. You'll be up next. Once again, Billy, stand by after Top Sportsman, Billy. We might do a switch after Top Sportsman, okay? Okie dokie. Hey, Kevin and Rob over there on the right-hand side, the A1 race car. D1 champ Al Kenny here in the left lane. Winner here at Maple Grove just a couple of weeks ago. Took out Maple Grove's Dave Batchelor in the final round with that blown car. Rob, the 2020 champion in the Sunoco Race Fuels Money Trail ET Series here in the Super Eliminator class this season for A1 Mulch. It's the number one. 615, 220 right in that number one spot. Al Staffieri and Alan Robinson. See if Alan Robinson's got this. He's another one of our regulars here at Maple Grove. Switched to a supercharger this season for this top dragster category, and he's had a hard time figuring this thing out. But Alan and Donna just persevere. See if they can get this car down the racetrack this weekend. So Alan Robinson, Honeybrook, Pennsylvania, right-hand side. Al Staffieri, Tewksbury, Maryland. Dan Page Race Car sponsor. .002 for Staffieri. Robinson, red light start, but a 694 to 196, 690, 194 for Staffieri. Looks like Robinson may be on to something. That's his best run ever since he's put the blower on the car. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. To the lanes, please. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. To the lanes, please. Bring him into the lanes, Top Sportsman. Hey, James Beckman, the Jim's Welding race car on the right-hand side. Phil Malacella. Now, let's see, he just did something here, too. He was the high roller race winner a couple of weeks ago in the top dragster class. Phil Malacella. James Beckman, Warren, Connecticut, in the right-hand side. Let's see, Al Kenny's sitting on that number one with that 615. See if Beckman could go quicker than that. I don't know how quick he normally runs with that Pro Charger car, but I know that's one of the quicker top dragster entries. 12 on the tree for Beckman, 12 on the red side, that is 14 for Malacella. 640, 215 for James Beckman. 711, 189 for Malacella. So Beckman's number 4. 18 cars have been down the racetrack. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. Top Sportsman, bring him into the lanes. Top Sportsman. Top dragster, Greg Kelly, 670 at 202, 703, 191. Penske side, Frank Genovese and Kenny Moses. Both cars big inch Chevrolets, 615 cubic inches. Frank Genovese running out of the Granite Springs garage from Summers, New York. Kenny Moses, Colonia, New Jersey. Ken Moses Race Transmissions. Top Sportsman, bring him into the lanes. Top Sportsman. Moses 011, 37 light for Genovese. Kenny gets there first with a 656 at 204, 684 at 192 for Frank. Penske side. House of Payne, high performance racer, Kendall Payne. He'll be here in the left lane. Alan O'Brien. Boy, all kinds of plumbing on that car. That's looks like a turbocharge. It's got a twin turbo, right? Alan O'Brien. I know the thing flies. See how quick it goes. See if he can go quicker than 6:15. How about a 6:14 at 198? 692, 187. Alan O'Brien jumps in up to number 1. Joe DePasquale wraps up the round. Palmyra, New Jersey racer, Trans Specialties, former Top Challenge champion here at Maple Grove Raceway. And again, this is event number 3 for the Top Challenge this season for those racers. Not only is it a divisional event, but it's a Top Challenge race here at Maple Grove Raceway. Part of our Money Trail ET series, Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. Wow, nice wheels up launch. DePasquale 011 picks him up off the starting line. Goes 672 at 197 miles an hour. That puts DePasquale in number 9. O'Brien leading the field at 614. Looks like we got, I want to say 10 cars or better over 200 miles an hour. Comp cars coming up next. Interesting class. Collection of gas dragsters, nostalgia dragsters, econo dragsters, altered trucks, street roadsters, super modified cars, pro modified cars. A little bit of everything in this class, the grassroots of drag racing. I like to think of it as the kind of cars that were coming into the drag strip in the early days. Whatever anyone could create. Dragsters, altereds, the like. Defending champion in the division, Frank Aragona. Runner-up in the class, Lee Zane. He also won the National Open Series last season. Aragona also winning the Lucas race in 2019 here at Maple Grove. All right, the latest addition to the comp eliminator category, the Hemi cars can run in this class. So Bucky Hess in the CUDA, the Candy CUDA. 24 on the tree. Bucky comes in at 862, 155 on an 895 index. Next up, Calvin Hill and Ronnie Boyd. Calvin Hill out of Tamako, Pennsylvania. That's an I altered. Again, the weight to cubic inch ratio, I believe, in these comp classes. Whereas a lot of the other classes are weight to factory to NHRA factored horsepower. It's weight to cubic inch in these classes. So a lot of different combinations, a lot of different ways of going about it in comp eliminator. But again, they all have their class designation. In this case, Calvin Hill is an I altered. You'll see the Harry Schule Pullet car here in just a moment. Ronnie Boyd is an A Econo dragster. Dragster running with a single 4-barrel, gasoline powered. Out of Smithsburg, Maryland. SW chassis, 487 cubic inches for Ronnie Boyd. That puts it in the A category. Calvin Hill, meanwhile, 270 inches of Chevrolet in a door car. Runs as an I altered. And we are on hold. Yeah, we have somebody down in the shutdown area. Tommy Tapes, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance, should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman should be in the lanes. So these cars qualify against their class index. Class index for the I altered in this case, Calvin Hill, 881 is the class index. Ronnie Boyd runs on a 720 index, 728 index for the A Econo dragster. Looks like we got a little cleanup work.
Hey, thank you for letting us see that. We very much appreciate it.
Oh, Trish. Yeah. I know all about it. Hey, we'll look at some of the comp winners. That's a good idea. At the U.S. Nationals in 1967, Jerry Knuth, in an A altered, won the U.S. Nationals with a 962 at 150 miles an hour in the A altered class. The A fuel class went to Kenneth Beck of Wichita, Kansas, ran an 841 at 176. A dragster was won by Walt Wenny of Spring City, Pennsylvania, at 869, 171 miles an hour. Just a few of the cars. Well, of course, it wasn't called comp eliminator back then, but they were simply class eliminations. So once again, the concession stands are open. Stop by the ice cream stand, the pizza stand, the Nitro Grill. Make sure you are wearing a face mask or face cover while ordering food or beverages from the concession stand. And they absolutely must be worn inside the souvenir stand. We're doing what we can to stay open, healthy, and employed here at Maple Grove Raceway. Don't forget the COVID rules here this weekend. We appreciate your cooperation with that. No more than 2 per car out on the starting line, 4 for comp. And you should have a face covering or mask when you are in around our staff. We'd appreciate that. In and around our staff or in the tower or whatever. Little cleanup down there in the shutdown area before we continue with Comp Eliminator. Okay, here we go. Calvin Hill. Something tells me this guy with the Bob Kaiser horsepower in that Pontiac over there on the right-hand side, something tells me this guy's won the Dutch a couple of times here at Maple Grove Raceway. The Harry's U Pullet car on the right-hand side. Ronnie Boyd, the Boyd Racing dragster, here in the Penske lane. First round of qualifying for Comp Eliminator. Bucky Hess was the first car down the racetrack. Ran at 862 in the Hemi car. So when they get into eliminations, the cars will be handicapped according to their class index. Calvin Hill with a red light start, 21 green for Ronnie Boyd. Ronnie Boyd runs 739 on a 728 index at 157. 831, 159 for Calvin Hill. Now it's Rich Prizer and Kevin Hotaling. Prizer, a good fast H Econo Altered out of Jackson, New Jersey. The direct cabinet sales sponsored entry. Lightweight race car with 170 cubic inches. 956 index for Prizer. Kevin Hotaling in the Pontiac runs as an F Altered. 267 inches. On an 864 index. So Hotaling comes in at 828 on the 864, 9 flat on the 956 for Richard Prizer. Sounds like we got a supercharged car coming up. Sancho Volpe, Frank Aragona. Sancho Volpe driving the Levine's Garage. AA Altered Methanol here in the left lane. Frankie Aragona, number 1 in the division. J Altered Automatic, Freehold, New Jersey. Aragona on the right-hand side. Both these teams have been around the Northeast Division for a long, long time. Have won numerous divisional championships and events, and world championships as well. So Santo at the wheel of the supercharged car out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 23T body, 381 cubic inch Chevrolet, supercharged. Ken Keir chassis, 298 inches for Aragona on the right-hand side, the J altered. .703 index. Volpe runs 704, 742 on an 803 for Frankie Aragona. Aragona number 1 with that 742. Ronnie Boyd number 7 right now. Time for Don Eckel and Kenny Voigt. Should be Kenny Voigt in a super modified. G super modified for Kenny Voigt. C dragster automatic for Eckel. What a neat little car. Man, Kenny Voigt, Bridgeport, Connecticut, Martino Racing Engines, Chevy Cobalt, 290 inches. High Winen, 290 inches. Executive Travel, sponsored entry for Don Eckel on the right-hand side. That's a C dragster automatic. A couple of 4-barrel carburetors on top of 336 cubic inches for Eckel. Looks like Kenny Voigt's car leaving something on the starting line. So we've got some cleanup here in the left lane. Penske side, meanwhile, Don Eckel gets a single. Runs a 703 on a 757 index at 191 miles an hour, Don Eckel. Good first round qualifying run for Donald. Puts him number 3. So are Aragona, Prizer, Eckel, Hill, Hotali, Hess, Volpe, and Boyd so far. Once again, racers, please, we appreciate your cooperation. We need unless they are tow vehicles, please, no four-wheelers, scooters, golf carts in the staging lanes, please. That includes the front of the staging lanes here by the fence. No golf carts, scooters, four-wheelers in the staging lanes, please. Keep them to the right of the guardrail on the right-hand side or on the other side of the fence on the left, unless they are tow vehicles. So it looks like Teddy Voigt, unfortunately, he'll have to stop around again next round. Give it another shot. Hopefully it's an easy fix and he's set to go for round number 2. That's a cool car. Alrighty. So Frank Affronti, C altered automatic. Ronnie Proctor, C dragster automatic. Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Ontario, New York. Miskovsky Racing. Mike and Pam, car owners. Top sportsman racer Ronnie Proctor at the helm. That's over there on the Lucas Oil side. Penske side, Frank Affronti. In the Chevrolet. C altered automatic. Stock, we need you for round 2. Stock for round number 2. Stock for round 2. Qualifier round 2. Qualifying round number 2, right? Yep. How about Ronnie Proctor with 003 wheels up off the line with that dragster and a 707 on a 760 index in C dragster automatic, 729, 185 in the left lane. Lee Zane, Thomas Miller. Stockers for your second qualifying round. Stockers. And Lee Zane in the dragster. Wow, what was the last car he was driving? Last year. Lee Zane, Elmer, New Jersey. That's an F dragster automatic. 199 inches behind the race, behind the driver. Class index 869 for Lee Zane. Thomas Miller in the Cobalt. C altered automatic. 790 index for Thomas on the Penske scoreboard. Lee Zane, quite a history of stock eliminator championships. Runs at 816 on the 869 index with a 005 light. Next up it'll be Mark Hopkins and Richard Schoenberger. Hopkins was number 1 qualifier last year at the Dutch. He'll be over there on the right-hand side with the D-altered. Local racer out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. Schoenberger, Southampton, PA. I Super Modified Cavalier. $830 the index for the D-altered. $953 for the I Super Modified. Philadelphia Racing Products. Richard Schoenberger. 830 index for Hopkins, and he runs a 767 at 176, 891 on the 953 index for the I Super Modified. Schoenberger in the left lane. All right, Michelle Costa. Little 32 Austin Bantam, 201 inches. Looks like a little 4-cylinder power plant. Puts that car in the G Econo Altered class. Joseph Coniscali. Coniscali here in the left lane, I Super Modified. 261 inches in a Cavalier. Winner at Lebanon Valley, and Michelle was the runner-up. So this was the final pair at the Lebanon Valley Lucas Oil race earlier this season. 882, 952 up there on the scoreboards. Michelle Costa, 882 index, comes in at 824, 888 for Coniscali on the 952 index for I Super Modified. Okay, Pete Diagnolo, D Super Modified Automatic. The 104 Contractors Racer, pretty car. Martino Racing Engines. Out of Rochester, New York. Looks like the last of our comp eliminator cars to qualify. Diagnolo. Winner at the season opener in Epping. Diagnolo's D Super Modified Automatic runs on an 898 index. Kyle wheels up, heads towards the side wall, but gets it back in the center of the groove. Shuts it down at the 1,000-foot mark. Goes to a 909 at just 120 miles an hour. And the last of the comp cars will be Jay Schoenberger. All right, so Schaumburger rounds out the qualifying round for comp eliminator. That was comp round number 1. Here we go with round number 1 of qualifying for top sportsman. We've called stock back into the lanes for your second qualifier. Stockers, back into the lanes, please. Billy, after this round of top sportsman, if you want to come up here for a few minutes. First pair of top sportsman cars out on the racetrack. Tommy Tape Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance, $7.99 and quicker. Full body cars, door cars, minimum 610. Supercharged cars, nitrous, big cubic inches, all kinds of good stuff. John Amaretti, Michael Daniel. Amaretti, how about a 665 at 210 to start off the round? Michael slows to an 829 at just 108. Now it's John Tiniakis and Bobby Rosita. Bobby's got the 41 Willies. Staten Island, New York, right-hand side. John Tiniakis in the Beretta out of Maple Shade, New Jersey. One of our regulars in the Top Challenge. ...2019 champions here at Maple Grove in the Top Challenge. It was Michael Morris in Top Dragster, Ron Regal in Top Sportsman. At our last .90 shootout, it was Dave Mueller, and Dave Miller in Top Sportsman. So Rosita, the Lucas Oil side, Tiniakis, Penske side, 005, 002 red, both sides of the racetrack. Rosita, the better of the two, with a good 714 at 198 miles an hour, coasting 1094 at 102 for John Tiniakis. Larry Willard with the 5.7 Chevrolet. And I don't have information here on the car in the left lane. It doesn't look a whole lot like a Top Sportsman car except for the extended wheelie bars. Sounds like it's making a lot of horsepower. Willard Racing 57. Right-hand side, the Willard's Auto Service Racer. 5.7 Chevrolet, 632 cubic inches, nitrous equipped. Well, we got the vinyl top and all. Looks like one of our index cars. .24 light in the left lane. Willard, meanwhile, runs a 726 at 186. 941.17 for the Camaro. Next up it'll be Joe Saluda and George Forrester. Forrester's got a Monte Carlo, Saluda in a Cavalier. New combination for Joe. Well, reasonably new, since last time I've seen him. It's been a while since I've seen Joe. Out of Allentown, PA, in a Cavalier, used to that Chevy Nova he had for many, many years. He always creeps up on me. Forrester out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania in the Monte Carlo. Both cars 600 plus cubic inches. Tommy Tape Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance, Saluda and Forrester. It's going to be Joe Saluda with a 714 at 192, 739, 186 for George Forrester. Hey, wow, that could only be Joey Heffernan, Aston, PA, in the Opal. And Ronnie Regal. 3-time Top Sportsman, Top Challenge champion, Ron Regal, here in the left lane. Also the Division I champion in 2019. Fairless Hills, PA. Regal Racing Engines, left side. Aston, PA. Joey Heffernan in the Opal. Heffernan 010, Regal with an 012. Ron Regal 697 at 198. 723, 191 for Joey Heffernan. Regal was hitting 200 a couple of times at our .90 races a few weeks ago. See, Amaretti currently leads the field at 666. Tiniakos number 10 with a 1094. Amaretti, the only racer over 200 at this point. Here's Dave Miller and Frank Volpe. Again, Miller, the runner-up of the last shootout. Winner at the Dutch in 2019. The pickup on the right-hand side. Miller Motorsports S10. Frank Volpe here on the Penske side, Poughkeepsie, New York. That's a Ford Mustang. What a great looking race car. What a fast looking race car. 10 light for Miller. Wow, Volpe getting out of shape down there at the 1,000-foot mark. Pulls the chute early. Goes to a 757 at 135, 696 for Miller. That puts Miller number 2. Time for Jeff Brooks and Daniel Hill. Jeff Brooks, Fredericksburg, Virginia, in the Henry J. Dan Hill, 69 Chevrolet, the Hill Construction Services racer, Thomaston, Connecticut. Brooks on the Penske side, Hill on the Lucas Oil side. Stockers should be in the lanes. Stockers should be in the lanes. Good lights, 17, 18. Brooks, 651, 665 for Dan Hill. Both over 200 miles an hour, 214 on the Henry J. 207 miles an hour for the 69 Camaro. Dave Mueller, Michael DePinto, some semblance of a 67 Chevrolet Camaro with 600 inches on board for DePinto here in the Penske lane. David Mueller, Pennington, New Jersey, 2000 Camaro. And we have cleanup. The word is Stockers. Stockers should be in the lanes for your second qualifying round. Stockers. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance out there on the racetrack. First round of qualifying for these race cars. And again, in addition to being the a divisional race for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, this is also part of Maple Grove Raceway's Top Challenge Series for Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. Part of our Money Trail ET series here now at Maple Grove for the past few years. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster racers, check it out at maplegroveraceway.com. We want to have the series back again next year. We're looking for a few more cars in the series to there's some good bucks in it at the end of the season for the top finishers. Check it out. And most of the races coincide with races that we either have here at Maple Grove or like the week before or the week after a major event, so you can spend the 2 weeks here. You don't have the haul with the whole rig anyway, back and forth. So check it out in the off season. Look for the Top Challenge Series at Maple Grove Raceway's website. Get in on it next year. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster racers. Again, there's some big bucks at the end of the season for those cars. Dave Mueller, Michael DePinto. Mueller, 003 on the tree, 756 at 181, 817, 172. A little kind of traction issue for DePinto off the starting line. Hey, that sound could only mean Ray Jackson is here with that supercharged Olds Cutlass. Out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Raymond Jackson will be here on the left side. Penske side, Donald Preece. Preece's Auto Racer. Another swoopy Chevrolet Camaro. 68 body. 671 inches out of Connecticut for Donald Preece on the Lucas Oil side. Leading the field, Jeff Brooks at 651, 214. Then it's Daniel Hill, 665, 207. John Amirati, 666 at 210. Dave Miller, Ron Regal, Joe Saluti, your top six. Looks like we have fluid on the track from Jackson's race car. So it'll be a single run for Donald Preece. Boy, Preece not sounding all that good. A lot of breaking up off the starting line there. So not a good round for Preece or Jackson. Waiting in the water, Brian Connery and Ben Schlaufman. Yeah, we have a little fluid out there, that's for sure. So we do have some cleanup. Meanwhile, see where we're at here with our sponsors. Firematic, I believe, was our last one. GM Parts Now. How about this one? Whether you're looking to repair or customize an old or new vehicle, we have what you need. That's because we offer parts and GM accessories for a variety of years, makes, and models. You can find all your favorite brands like Chevrolet, GMC, Cadillac, and more in our inventory. Ordering auto and truck parts and accessories is easy from our online store. Just browse through our inventory using the tabs above or import your vehicle type in the top search bar to have all your available matching parts displayed for you. Once you find what you need, add it to your cart to see your estimated cost of shipping. We offer shipping discounts on certain orders shipped within 48 states. and many can be delivered in as little as 1 to 4 days. We can also work with you if expedited or oversized shipments are required. Check our homepage for current shipping specials. Cagnazzi Racing, GM Parts Now. Part of the contingency program for the Northeast Division stock and super stock racers here this season in Division 1. So a little bit of cleanup here in the left lane. Then we got Connery and Schlafman ready and waiting. Just a few more cars in this round of Top Sportsman. Stockers should be in the lanes. All right, we got it fired up one more time. Looks like Ben Schlafman will be over there on the Lucas Oil side. Sharon, Massachusetts, Pontiac Grand Am, all in white. Ryan Connery, that familiar Corvette 63 body car out of Levittown, Pennsylvania. Now it looks like we have another race car. Rob giving him the sign to shut it down. We'll push him back away from the starting line. Connery, meanwhile, we'll get a single here in the Penske lane as soon as we have a clear racetrack. Tough round of Top Sportsman here. Like a lot of issues here with these race cars this time around. So the track is clear. We'll have sent Connery on a single. Ryan Connery, Corvette, 632 cubic inches. Connery with a good run, 725 at 190 miles an hour. That puts him number 9. 18 cars have been down the racetrack. Brooks, you're number 1 at 651. John Tiniakos, number 18, with a 1094. Okay, track is clear. Do we have more Top Sportsman cars yet? I think we have a couple more. Billy, we're almost done, Top Sportsman. Billy, we're almost done, Top Sportsman. Hey, it's Ed Foley and Mark Payne. I see. So Mark Payne, the House of Payne. Chevy Cavalier, Crazy Ed Foley in the Ford Mustang. A couple of the regulars in the Top Sportsman class here at Maple Grove Raceway. Payne out of Waynesboro, Virginia. Foley, Warminster, PA. Speed Equipment Chapman Auto Group, House of Payne Performance on the line. Crazy Ed backing up. Penske side. Mark Payne getting set to go. Lucas Oil side. Jeff Brooks on top of the heap right now at 651. Only 3 cars have been over 200 miles an hour. Payne in the right-hand side, Foley in the left lane. Payne 675 at 193. Foley 768 at 129. Division 1 champ Ronnie Proctor. Left lane Vonnie Mills. Right-hand side Proctor racing Ford Mustang, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Vonnie Mills up from Kennedyville, Maryland. The show and tell. Former Division Super Gas racer Vonnie Mills on the right-hand side. Along with Vicky Beam, Carolyn Mellandy. .632 inches for Ronnie, 706 inches for Vonnie. Looks like this is our final pair in this round of Top Sportsman. Vonnie Mills out in front gets there first with a 672 at 205. Ronnie Proctor 741, 160. Not a good run for Ronnie. Vonnie Mills comes in at number 4. Proctor, number 14. Gregory Fisher, last of the Top Sportsman cars. Fisher Racing Motorsports entry, North Brunswick, New Jersey. Greg Fisher is an architect. He always wanted to be an architect. Tommy Tape Top Sportsman presented by Select Performance. Greg Fisher. Beautiful, low, fast Chevrolet Camaro, 632 inches. See how she goes. See how she runs. 22 cars have been down the racetrack in this first round. $768, $179 for Gregory Fisher. That wraps up the round of Top Sportsman. Again, Jeff Brooks on top, 651. Then it's Daniel Hill, John Amoretti, Vonnie Mills, Mark Payne, Dave Miller, Ronnie Regal, Joe Saluda. That's your top 8.
Thank you.
So doing a little track prep before we continue with stock eliminator. Get back to stockers. So what I was talking about earlier and got kind of sidetracked there then. Cagnazzi Racing and GM Parts now pleased to announce the continuation of their program for the Northeast Division for stock and super stock racers. Northeast Division would like to welcome back Cagnazzi Racing and GM Parts now to their ever-growing list of NHRA Division programs. This new program will award the best package on a winning run in stock and super stock at all Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events in 2020. Each class, stock and super stock, will be eligible to win an extra $300 per event. In case of a tie for the best package, the first racer to complete the best package will be the winner. All types of cars are eligible. There will also be a $1,500 year-end bonus for the best package of the year. Vehicle must be a General Motors for year-end bonus. Decal is required to receive any awards. Decals are available at the D1 Tech trailer. Please remember to thank Cagnazzi Racing and GM Parts now for their support of the NHRA Northeast Division. Again, racers in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, once again, don't forget the Top Challenge. And again, the Top Challenge will be returning next year as part of the Money Trail ET Series here at Maple Grove Raceway. Check it out in the off-season. Check out the schedule. Check out all the details at maplegroveraceway.com. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman racers. We'd like to have more participation in this deal next year. There's some good bucks at the end of the season for the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman champions, so check it out. Racers in those classes. All right, stock eliminator. Round number 2. Stockers. Hey, didn't we start off with Bob Bender? Yeah, I think we did. Well, here he is again. Hi, Bob. And Todd Hoditsky, all the way down from Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, in the A Stock Automatic Belvedere. Beautiful, very nostalgic looking race car. A Stock Automatic, O Stock Automatic out there. $10.95 for Hoditsky. $12.47 for Bender in O stock. Vic Gilmino and Joe Coquinos. Billy, if you can hear me, Billy. Gomino in the easy stalker. Wow. Slows down. Robert Constantine, the Crazy Hoss. L Stalker, South Amboy, New Jersey. John Kurtzenberger Racing, Copo car. Factory stock C. Index on that car 1030, 1270 for Constantine in L stock. 35 light for Robert. Now compared to Kurtzenberger's 122 in this race, in spite of the fact that the factory stock C car, you know, Constantine might have a chance in a race like that by virtue of the reaction time. Charles Weber, William Taylor, that's Bill Taylor in B stock. F stock automatic for Weber, the Corvette. There was a time in the early days, back in the early days of stock eliminator racing, there were only a handful of classes and the stock stick and stock automatic cars ran together. 1125 for Weber, 1041 for Taylor. Bobby Tagg and John Bubka. Okay, whatever it was, it isn't. Bobby Tagg, factory stock B, Copo. Oakland, New Jersey. John Bubka, easy stalker. Easy stock, Frank stock, George stock. That's the way they used to call them to the lanes at Vargo. 66 Chevy 2 with a 327 easy stalker. 427 in the 17 Camaro for Bobby Tagg. Tagg right by 3. Copo way out in front. 906, 147 on a 10 flat index. 1157 on an 1165 for John Bubka. Michael Lombardo and James Morgan. That's a pretty Ford. 67 Shelby 428. Faulkner, Maryland. AA stock automatic. Got the rally stripe. All that good Shelby stuff. K stock automatic, Staten Island. Chevrolet Camaro Lombardo on the right hand side. 6 on the red side for Michael. 16 green for Morgan. It's Ford lighting up the Penske scoreboard with a 995 at 133. And again a 16 light for Morgan. Wow, how many cars, stockers have we had? 64 stockers. Philip Langford, Factory Stock B, Gold Rush Trailers, Langhorne, PA. Right-hand side, Garrett Monday, Unionville, Connecticut. GMondayPerformance.com, AMC 390 AMX. Car runs in E-stock. AMX cars held the D-stock record for what, 10 years? Something like that when they first came out. They virtually ruled D-stock. 29 light for Garrett and a 1090. 928 for Langford. Jeff LaFleur and Pete Oakes. The Rough and Ready Chevy wagon, 66 Malibu wagon. 70 Camaro for Jeff LaFleur. The Timepiece out of Ridge, New Jersey. K stock automatic, E stock automatic represented. $11.77 for Jeffrey. $11.91 for Pete. Billy Knees. Lauren Canuck. Canuck and Don and Linda Himes racer. 77 Pontiac. Billy Knees also in a Pontiac. 400 inches in the left lane, 301 cubic inches for Billy Knees. Running in Q stock. Lucas Oil side. Looks like it's going to be the O stocker getting there first. 1235, 1305 for Billy Knees. Gene Jordan's, James Germansky. Jordan bumping into the beams here of the Penske side. AA stock automatic. Germansky at F stock automatic. Gene Jordan, 1072 on a 1070 index. 1126 for Germansky on an 1185. Jay Wayne Totoro and Jerry Noonan. Noonan's Auto Center, Jerry Noonan, also sporting the GM Parts Now.com logo. Taro plain red Chevrolet. Little wheel spin for Jay Wayne. He kind of pretty much says the heck with that run. Just kind of looks like something may have been broken. The car's sitting cattywampus. 939, 142 meanwhile for Noonan. Kenny Robinson, Jerry McNeish. E stocker, C stocker. Indexes 1170, 1135. Quicker of the two, McNeish, the Lucas Oil lane. $10.48 for Jerry. And a $10.93 for Kenny Robinson. Pete Luciano and John Wareheim. Lucky at the wheel of the factory stock E car. 2014 Mustang with a 302. Wareheim M stock automatic Cutlass. Picks up the front wheels. John Wareheim, Penske side, 008 light. Meanwhile, Luciano runs 1045, 1198 for John Wareheim. Joseph Martins and Sterling Simmons. Martin's 396 car, 327 car for Sterling. Dash times 57.43. Got a pair of greens this time. Martins gets there first, 10-11 at 132, 11-13, 115 for Sterling Simmons. Jack Mattias, Jim Baburka. Factory stock C, factory stock D. Index is 1030, 1060. Baburka, 962, 990 for Jack Mattias. 18 light for Jack, 38 for Baburka. Jim Farrell, Ed Bednaz. Good looking pair leaving the line. The B Stocker of Bednaz. 1120 index, runs 1035, 1157 for Jim Farrell in H stock. Matt Butter, Chris Valentine. Plain 69 car for Butter. Valentine in the blue 86 Chevrolet Camaro. Both H-stock automatic. Who's got the better, the quicker H-stocker? 1215 index on the class. A little bit of an edge reaction time-wise. 27-33 goes to Chris Valentine. Virtually side by side at the 1,000-foot mark at the stripe. It's 11:30, Matt Butter. 11:38 for Valentine. Ronald Muffett and Daniel Lynch. Daniel Lynch, 11:31, 11:56 for Ron Muffett. And Choose and Stocker, Stan Germansky. A stock automatic, Middletown, Delaware. Germansky family racer. Stock Eliminator, 1955 and newer factory production automobiles. Showroom available, 500 units minimum. unless you apply for special NHRA inclusion of special production runs of 50 units. That's the Copo cars, the Cobra Jet cars. John Fideli, Carl Musafra. Carl has the 69 car out of Musafra's Auto Body up there in Sheldon, Connecticut. Another 396 Camaro running in D stock automatic. 76 Oldsmobile for John, Staten Island, New York. 405-inch motor. 455-inch motor make it. Don't want to cheat him out of 50 cubic inches. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes, please. That makes it a pretty fast car for its size. Fideli runs a 1242 at 104. 1097 at 118 for Carl. Gary Merrick and Ron Infantino. Who has the better wheel stand? Well, it's a toss-up in that one. Merrick, Infantino doing a great job, looking good off the starting line. 29 light, 18 light, 1061 for Merrick, 1112 for Infantino. John Shull, Bob Leterrier. Bob's Auto Sales. Factory B car. Shull in the AA stock automatic. Good junior stock stripes on the roof. Fultonham, New York, 64 Fury with a 426. New school, old school. 20 light, 16 light. Both drivers good on the tree. 991 beats a 995. John Shull. 133 and 134. Cool stuff, ain't it? New cars like that, old cars. Shull probably driving by the seat of his pants, and that new Copo car running with all kinds of computer-operated, computer-generated, whatever you want to call it, systems. Bob Broadbent, Bill Hawk. Couple of A stockers, automatic transmission for the Ford. Ford runs a 1126, 1015 in the left lane. Mike Delante and Tony Faganilli. Delaney's got his helmet painted the same as the roof of the car. Faganilli, 854, 1009 for Mike. He was 009 on the tree. Jeff Eastburn, H stock automatic right-hand lane. Ron Urquhart, F stock. Ron and Laura from Chesterfield, Virginia. .396 Chevrolet, 68 body car goes 1111. 1146 for Jeff Eastburn. He was 001. Rich Boyle, Scott Goshert. Boyle, Comac, New York. Construction roofer, the boiling point. That's a 73 body. Goshert in the 70 Duster with a 340. Laureldale, Pennsylvania. .54 on the tree for Scott. And it's Goshert all the way down to the finish line. 10.95 beats an 11.19 by Boyle. Kevin Anderson and Ryan Horensky. What did I call? Super Street, right? Super Street, yeah, I think I did. Super Street to the lane. Super Comp, you will follow. Super Comp, stand by. Super Comp, you will follow Super Street. We need Super Street to the lanes. Ryan Horensky with that big Ford. 1032 on an 1125 index for Ryan. Jim Harris, Jim Roberts. G-Stock, I-Stock, stick cars. Harris out of Tully, New York. Roberts from Portsmouth, Rhode Island. Got a 283 in the Penske lane. Got a 350 of the Lucas Oil side. $11.24 on the Camaro, $11.69 on the Chevy 2. Chevy 2 much. Lenny Williams, Raymond Skipper. Lenny Williams over there in the Buick. I believe we're going to see him later on today, finishing up what they started in Epping. 71 Grand Sport. Poughkeepsie, New York. In the right-hand lane, Raymond Skipper. Richmond, Virginia. Skipper Motorsports. B Stocker. 1125 index there. 1185 index for the big Buick. Williams hits the tree with a 009. Skipper not bad at 032. Skipper cranks out a 1056, 1098 for Lenny Williams. Super Street, we need you. Rich Eprick, Tim Partage. .37 light, 61 light. Eprick with that big Chevelle. Better reaction time and the first to the finish line, Rich Eprick. 1057, 1088. Over there on the Penske scoreboard. James Perrone and Sam Murray. Sam's got the big olds. 72 Cutlass. Out of Lakeville, Massachusetts. Car runs in I-Stock. Perrone, G-Stocker. Out of Shirley, New York, 69 Nova. .34 light for Perrone. And a quarter mile time of 11:17 for James. Sam comes in at 11:35. Both at 116 miles an hour. Todd Bednaz, Billy Pyers. Billy's got the wagon. Bednaz in the 68 Chevrolet. Malibu wagon with a 305 runs O stock. 68 Camaro's got a 396. That puts Todd in D stock. When you're running in stock, your car fits in a certain class, right? But you have the option of moving up a class or down a class, right? Depending on your weight to horsepower ratio, you fit in a certain class. But you have the option of moving up or down one class, depending on what you want to do with your car. Dave Pazak, Chris Kapelka. So if you want, you can add a little weight, take out a little weight, add a little more horsepower, provided you're within the class limits with what you can do. Say you go to a race like this and you come in from out of town and one of the top stockers in the country is in your class, well, you might want to think about, well, you can at least get a class win deal going or something like that. Might be to your advantage to drop up or down, drop a class or go up a class. Brian Valentine, Gary Walters, 67 Chevy 2 with a 327 out of Danbury, Connecticut. G Stocker left lane. Brian Valentine, J Stock automatic. Chevrolet with a 305, 006, both sides of the racetrack, dead even off the starting line. It's the Chevy 2 out in front in the Penske lane. Going to be Chevy 2 all the way to the finish line. 1109 on a 12 flat index for Walters. 1195 for Brian Valentine. Howie Smith, Glenn Hartzler. Getting down to the end of stock eliminator here. I believe we have Super Street coming up next. Super Comp to the lanes. We've called Super Street. We need Super Comp. Super Comp to the lanes. Glenn Hartzler with a good 18 light. Takes that 340 car. Runs 1163. 1209, 107 for Howie Smith in the Malibu. Gary Simpers, Larry Pappas. This time Gary's in the right lane. P stock automatic, B stock automatic. Simpers with a very uncharacteristic 20 red light. Pappas, meanwhile, 50 on the tree. Runs 1058, 1289 for Gary Simpers with that red light start. Allison Dahl. Todd Hooven. Todd's got the 426 Dodge. Two-time Indy Clash champ. 2018 Norwalk Stock Eliminator winner. 8-time division top 10. That's Todd Hooven in the left lane. Allison Dahl, well, she was number 1 last year. Division 1 stock champion. New England Nationals winner. 8-time Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series winner. Dutch Classic winner right here at Maple Grove. What a list. Allison Dahl, red by 5, runs 1041. 986 for Todd Hooven. Adam Keir, Shane Oaks. So Adam Keir, Shane Oaks. Adam. 11 flat index for that A stock automatic car. He runs a 1052. 1124 for Shane Oaks. Matt Lisa, Joe Mucci. Hey, Joe Mucci over there on the right-hand side out of the Zoom hair studio. He shouldn't have to wear a helmet. He should be able to advertise. You should be able to see his haircut. Wayside, New Jersey. M stock automatic, G stock automatic. That's Matt Lisa, A Tech Auto Center Chevrolet. Vernon, New Jersey, here on the left side. 13 light for Matthew. 57 on the tree for Joe. Regardless of what his hair looks like. 1132, Penske side, 1216 for Mucci in the Lucas Oil lane. Stephen Smith, George Vignona. George in the Baccaruda. Stephen the Porta Tree Timing Systems, Drag Pack Dodge. .370 inches of Mopar on the right-hand side, 440 inches of vintage Mopar. Penske lane. Factory D for Stephen, C stock automatic for George. 001 for Stephen Smith. It's Challenger all the way to the finish line, 970. On a 1060 index, 1088 for Vignona, 140 and 120 miles per hour. Glenn Briglio, Stephen Rame. Briglio on the red side. Good 22 green for Steven. 992 in the quarter for Steve Rame. And a 12.15 for Glenn. John Leach in the Roadrunner. Rich Prizer in the Mustang. C stock automatic. Stick and automatic. 440, 428. Leach out of the gate first. 26 red, 84 green for Prizer. It's Mopar. First to the stripe, 1052 at 126 for John Leach. 1079 for the Ford. James Daniels, Bobby Fazio. Daniels in the H stock automatic, Barsky and McMath Racer. Fazio in the family Mustang, the family Ford. Both these young drivers have done well here over the years at Maple Grove Raceway, whether it be the Lucas Oil Series events or the Dutch Classic. Always good local favorites. Alrighty, Fazio Daniels. Hey, we got some sunshine. All right. All is well here at Maple Grove Raceway. Thank you, Lord, for another beautiful day. Bobby Fazio, L stock automatic, H stock automatic for James Daniels. It's Daniels. 11:34, 12:16 for Fazio. 1:15, 1:07. Katie Sapanek, Kevin Fogarty. '64 stockers here at this event so far. They're still rolling in the gate. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series 2020 edition at Maple Grove Raceway, taking the date of the Dutch. So this will be the second time in the history of the Dutch Classic, which started back in 1971, be the second time in the history of that race that race was not contested here at Maple Grove Raceway. Remember, we took a year off a few years back for the hurricane. 11:71, 11:87. Spanik first to the finish line. Joe Lisa, Sean Conway. Joe Lisa, good 15 light. D stock automatic looking to go quicker than 11:55. 11:01 will do it. 99 miles an hour for Joe Lisa. 12:16, 107 for Conway, the N stocker. Gary Richard. Let's wrap up the round. Looks like it may be. Looks like we'll wrap up a round of stock with one of our fine sponsors. And now a word from one of our fine sponsors, Gary Richard, PCRichard.com. A stock automatic. 69 Camaro out of Bay Shore, New York with a 396. Class index for A stock automatic, 11 flat. And Gary runs at 11:20 at 129. And that's it for stockers. Round number 2. Super Street up next. We've called Super Comp into the lanes. After that will be Super Stock, Super Gas, Top Dragster, Comp, Top Sportsman. That'll round out all the classes for a second time around. $10.90 Super Street Cars coming up next. We got Super Street rolling into the water. What a better way to start than with Kermit Weinrich, a.k.a. Kermit the Frog, with his pretty much stock street-looking 70 Nova with the 350, and Darren Wood in the Firebird 600-inch Chevrolet. 1090 cars. First pair, Second round of time trials for Super Street. Kermit just driving it on down the quarter mile. Darren goes on the stop, off the stop. Runs 1089, 1094 for Kermit. 149 and 117. Jonathan Leahy, Larry Payton, but not Larry Payton. It is Dave Stein, the hired gun, the bounty hunter. See if Dave could do a little better out there on the starting line in this round. First round he was big time red. 26 green, good one. Jonathan Leahy with the red light by 9 thousandths. And Leahy now slows at the 1,000-foot mark. Stein, meanwhile, runs a good 1088 at 144. Not a bad run here in this second round for Dave. Pete Donino and Larry Pulver coming up as soon as the track is clear. All right, we're good. Ready for Donino and Pulver. Ensign Pulver. Palmyra, New York. King of Prussia, PA, home of Donino. '73 model Chevrolet on the right-hand side. Donino goes 41 green, 58 green for Larry. $10.89 for Larry Pulver, $10.97 for Pete Donino. Ricky Hall, Frank Nicolia. Well, that's a green Chevelle, isn't it? 70 Chevelle, East Islip, New York. Frank Nicolia. Ricky Hall. 5 red. Runs 1092, 1089 for Nicolia. Rick Mattioli and Scotty Lang, the Lang family. Slatington, PA. Mattioli out of Middlesex, New Jersey. Lift Tech Forklifts Incorporated. 67 Camaro with a 427. Lang's car, man, that really bumps, doesn't it? Almost looks like that right rear quarter in the back is going to touch the starting line. Lang 1088, 1090 with a 9 for Mattioli with a 30 light. Daryl Peters, Kevin Core, boy, rolling right through these Super Street cars. Super Comp, we've called Super Comp into the lane. Super Comp. Kevin, good 16 light. Watch that dart. 1092, 1091 for Kevin and Daryl. Bob Kirk, Tony Padilla. Now, we didn't have a name in the first round. Now we got some information here for Tony. He's out of Windsor Locks, Connecticut. He's a mechanical engineer, just 23 years old. Running that 66 Nova with a 396 in the Super Street class. Kirk in the Mustang. 1090 with a 5, 1093 for Bonilla. 134 and 147. Mike Fideli and Joe Lombardo. A couple of racers out of Staten Island, both of them. Joe in the Firebird, Fideli in the Grand Prix. That's what it says. '20 light for Michael Lombardo. Wow. Lombardo was counting the seconds while he was out there before he left. And now he slows to an 11:84, 10:96 for Mike. Garbinski and Livesey. And Pat Doherty. Hey. All right, time for lunch. Don't forget to stop by the ice cream stand, the pizza stand, the Nitro Grill. I'm going to do just that. Turn it over to Billy Kleinspan.
Pat Doherty, 1091. Tom Hill on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Huntington, New York, the 65-year-old in the 56 Bel Air. Up against Sean Lanigan. Penske side of the racetrack from Hampton, New Jersey, the 39-year-old will be driving the 67 Camaro here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Tom Hill in his 56 Bel Air with the Chevy 548 underneath the hood. On the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Sean Lanigan driving the 67 Camaro here on the Penske side of the racetrack. 39-year-old from Hamilton, New Jersey with the Chevy 572 underneath the hood. Tom Hill, 006 on the tree. Sean Lanigan, 053. Tom Hill runs it on out through 11:04 at 142 miles an hour to Sean's 10:92 at 148. Jay Neville, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, the 56-year-old from Frankenville, New Jersey. Driving the 79 Camaro with a Chevy 565 underneath the hood. Up against one of the many rising stars here in the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. This is Kelly Kondratic here on the Penske side of the racetrack. The 27-year-old from Harrisburg, PA, driving the 87 Chevrolet. Jay Neville, 017 on the tree. To Kelly's 055. And Jay runs it on out to 1085 with an 8 at 133 miles an hour to Kelly's 1081. Robert Lones, Penske side of the racetrack from Massachusetts, the 65-year-old, driving the 71 Chevy Nova. Up against Carly Wolf here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Leamington, New Jersey. The 23-year-old will be driving the 89 Ford Mustang with the Ford 347 underneath the hood. 6th difference between the two as they leave the line with Robert with the better reaction time in 0:10 to Quiley's 0:17. And Robert runs it on out through 10:96 with a 6 at 137 miles an hour. David Markley, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Scottsville, New York. The 33-year-old will be driving the 67 Chevy 2 with a Chevy 434 underneath the hood up against Ryan Roberts, Seaford, New York. 34-year-old from Rugged Racing, driving the 68 Chevy Nova with a Chevy 434 underneath the hood. Both drivers taking their time as they roll in the stage. David 06 red on the tree. And Ryan runs on out through 1089 with a 3 at 137 miles an hour to Dave's 1096. Lou Avolio here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Little Falls, New Jersey. The 70-year-old driving the My Money 68 Camaro up against Dominic Burgess, another 69 Camaro. Lou runs it on out through, goes 1090 with a 6 at 129 miles an hour. For those of you that are here spectating, we'd like to welcome you on this gorgeous Friday here at Maple Grove Raceway. And for those of you that are listening live here on D1TV, we want to thank you for spending your Friday afternoon, wherever you may be, watching some great Lucas Oil racing here at Maple Grove. Division 1 here in Super Street. This is Keith Mayers here on the Penske side of the racetrack. The 53-year-old from Delaware driving the 1985 Porsche with a Chevy 427 underneath the hood up against our current and defending Super Street champion here in Division 1, Brian Sawyer from Massachusetts. The 39-year-old driving the Sudden Impact 167 Chevrolet with a Chevy 509 underneath the hood. Brian, 6 on the tree to Keith's 012. That's for D. Pasquale. 42-year-old will be driving the 72 Vega with a Chevy 555 underneath the hood. You'll be seeing Chris coming up in a little bit as he's double entered in Super Street and Super Comp. Chris 007 on the tree to Steve McCarrick's 035. Chris runs it on through 1087 with a 4 at 152. Edward McCleft from PA, 48-year-old driving the 63 Nova with a Chevy 496 on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack up against Don Rudolph, Penske side of the racetrack from Lincolnton, North Carolina. The 71-year-old retiree driving the 62 Nova with a Chevy 390 underneath the hood. the canned heat machine here on the Penske racetrack. Rudolph 005 on the tree. And Don gets them down there first, 1093 with a 5 at 139 miles an hour. Thomas Mueller. Here on the Penske side of the racetrack, up against one of the leading ladies in Division 1, Kelly Barbado from Bath, PA, the 37-year-old, driving the 68 Camaro. Both drivers pretty much even as they leave the starting line. Thomas gets down there first, 1093 with a 0 at 128. Kelly's 1077 with a 1. Bill Krug, out of the racetrack from Albany, New York, the 57-year-old sales operator, driving the 72 Chevy Nova with a Chevy 468 underneath the hood, up against Kyle Bigley, 2018 Supercomp champion and 2018 Lucas Oil Racer of the Year here in Division 1. He'll be driving the 2002 Pontiac here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Both drivers taking their time as they roll in the stage. Drivers pretty much even off of the starting line. Kyle with the advantage with an 0.26. And he gets down there first, 1088 with a 2 at 134 miles an hour to Bill's 1089. Frank Abad, at the racetrack from Whiting River, New York. 62-year-old driving the 68 Camaro here on the Penske side of the racetrack, up against Taylor Icano, former junior dragster graduate, now making her name in Super Street here in Division 1 as both drivers go red here on the starting line. Frank gets there first, 1085 with the 2 at 128. Greg Kelly here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from New Jersey. 73-year-old sales operator driving the 1980 Monza with a Chevy 355 underneath the hood here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Dave Bergfeld here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the 67-year-old retiree driving the 69 Camaro. Kelly 001 red here in time trials. This is the second time trial for the Super Streeters here today. Frank Phillip Jr., your 2019 Youth winner here in Division 1. An award given out to any second generation racer who's done great things here in Division 1. And up against Joe Moore on the Lucas Oil side. Frank Phillip goes 009 on the tree. Your attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Supercomp to the lanes, please. We need Supercomp to the lanes, please. Hometown hero Mike Eppert here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Harleysville, PA, the 28-year-old mechanic by trade, driving the 1987 Monte Carlo with a Chevy 427 underneath the hood, up against former Person of the Year here in the Division 1, Sean Franke. Your attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need super stock to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need super stock to the lanes, please. Sean Fricke, 1091 with a 7 at 138 miles an hour to Mike Eppert's 1094. And here we go with the first pair of second round of Super Comp. This is the 890 index scores. Mikey Bernard here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the Kendall Park, New Jersey. The 22-year-old student driving the 2006 undercover chassis dragster with a Chevy 565 underneath the hood here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Up against Andre Brown here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Andre, a longtime winner at nearby Atco, New Jersey. 67-year-old truck driver by trade, driving the 2001 dragster here on the Lucas Oil side. Problems for Mikey here in this second round of time trials as he's not going to be able to make the run. Andre will be going single here on the Lucas Oil side. And he runs it out through 892 with a 6 at 166. Greg Hayes here on the Penske side of the racetrack, a nearby hometown hero. From York, PA, driving the dragster here on the Penske side. This class is mainly consisted of dragsters here. Up against Stephen Spalding here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, the 61-year-old 2006 undercover chassis dragster with the Ray Morrison 565 engine. Greg Hayes driving the 2014 S&W dragster with a Chevy underneath the hood here on the Penske side. Stephen Spalding way late off of the line. Greg Hayes goes 0-23. 889 for Stephen Spalding here on the Lucas Oil side of Craig's 892. And your winner in Super Comp at the national event here at Maple Grove in 2010, this is Joey Cambria, Penske's side of the racetrack in this 2003 Ken Customs chassis dragster. 47-year-old sales operator from Shillington, PA, up against Mike Hepp in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. The recovered Alki dragster here on the Lucas Oil side. 1993 chassis dragster. Division I champion up at New Media. Once again, if you're running super stock, you should be making your way to the lanes right now. Super stock to the lanes, please. Mike Hepp, 0-25 right on the tree. The Joey's 0-33. Mike gets down there first, 887 with a 5 to Joey's 886. Anthony Barrett here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Bayville, New York. The 53-year-old driving the 2015 Miller dragster here on the Lucas Oil side. John DeFurse, Penske side of the racetrack from Whitesboro, New York. The 65-year-old driving the 89 Spitzer dragster. Anthony Boynette goes 0-03 on the tree. 886 with a 9 at 182 miles an hour for Anthony Barnett. Richard Bybel here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the 72-year-old from New Jersey, driving the 2003 Racetech chassis dragster. Up against Mike Mons here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Fairhaven, Massachusetts. 69-year-old driving the 74 Chevrolet. Mike Mons goes 001 red on the tree, but don't worry, it's only a time trial. And Mike gets down there first, 9-0 with a 5. Jason Kenny, 5-time division champion, 5-time All-Star qualifier, here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Kutztown, PA. 40-year-old driving the 2007 Dan Page chassis dragster, up against one of the leading ladies here at Maple Grove Raceway, Jennifer Murray from nearby Shillington, PA. Both drivers red, but it's Jason who is the worst of the red 008. And he runs it on out through 892 with a 1 to Jen's 889. Jamie Madison, here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the 45-year-old, driving the 1997 chassis dragster with a Chevy 498 underneath the hood here on the Penske side. Up against Bill here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from New Jersey. 66-year-old driving the 2019 S&W dragster. Bill runs a gorgeous Corvette in super gas. How about Bill in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack? Perfect light here on the Lucas Oil side. And he runs it on out through 892 with an 8 at 177. And Jamie's 890 with a 3 right on the index. Kevin Gotti here on the Lucas Oil race side of the racetrack from Rome, New York. Up against William Pitts here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the 52-year-old. Driving a 2002 Ed Quaid chassis dragster with a Chevy 540 underneath the hood here on the Penske side. Kevin 008 on the tree here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. And Kevin runs it on out to 871 with a 7. Battle of the Davids here on the starting line here in Super Comp during the second time trial here at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. David Markle here on the Penske side of the racetrack. From North Chili, New York. 66-year-old driving the 2007 dragster. Up against David Lawn here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. 64-year-old executive by trade. Driving the 1993 SNW chassis dragster with a Chevy 565 underneath the hood here on the Lucas Oil side. David Lawn, 008 on the tree here in the second time trial. David runs on out through 889 with a 3 for David Lawn, 887 for David Markle. Gino Bisbano here on the Penske side of the racetrack. From Buchanan, New York, the 68-year-old truck driver by trade, driving the 2001 Moles chassis dragster, aka Mr. Happy, here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Up against Randy Winfielder here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Maryland, 70-year-old driving the 1994 Spitzer chassis dragster. Mr. Happy 013 on the tree. 887 from Mr. Happy here on the Penske side of the racetrack to Randy's 886. Chrissy Cox Walter here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Delta, PA, driving the 2008 dragster. The DC contracting sponsored dragster here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Up against Richard Dorr here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Watertown, New York. 50-year-old driving the 2013 undercover chassis dragster. $892 with the 5 for Richard Dorr on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack to Christina Cox's $897. Mikey Breednoy got his issues fixed. Now he's back making another time trial here on the Penske side of the racetrack. He's a 22-year-old student by trade from Kendall Park, New Jersey, driving the 2006 undercover chassis dragster. The young man who scored his first win here at Maple Grove, the 2017 Dutch Classic. Up against Dana Buchan here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. From East Hampton, Connecticut, the 48-year-old executive by trade, driving a 2017 Race Tech chassis dragster with a Chevy 598 underneath the hood. How about that? A perfect triple O for Dana on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. And she runs on out through 892 with a 1 at 170 miles an hour to Mike Benoit's 893. Battle of the hometown heroes here on the starting line here at Maple Grove. Chase Fonstock on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Elizabethtown, PA. 29-year-old welder by trade, driving the 1999 dragster. Former junior dragster graduate here in the Money Trail Series here at Maple Grove. Up against Eric Reef here on the Penske side of the racetrack from nearby Boyertown, PA. 57-year-old machinist by trade, driving the 2005 Mullins chassis dragster with a Chevy 588 underneath the hood. Eric 002 on the tree. Chase Waylate with an 026. 892 with the 1 for Eric Reef to Chase's 893. And here's your winner from the rain-delayed Sports Nationals in Epping in Supercomp. Walter Olt won it yesterday here on the Penske side of the racetrack from nearby New Jersey. 38-year-old driving the 2009 Mullins dragster. Up against Stephen Logan here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Massachusetts, driving the 2000 Page chassis dragster with a Chevy 555 underneath the hood. Steve picked up his first national event win at Englishtown in 2014. Both drivers early as they turn on the red light. Stephen was the worst with a 005. Stephen Logan gets on there for his 886 with a 9. Walter's 884. Jack Donnelly here in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from nearby Atco, New Jersey. 71-year-old driving the 98 Ed Quay chassis dragster with a Chevy 555. Up against John Smith here on the Penske side of the racetrack from upstate New York. 51-year-old driving the 2013 undercover chassis dragster. John Smith, a 2006 Toyo Tire National runner-up here in Supercomp. Dutch Classic Super Comp runner-up here in 2007. How about that? Identical reaction times here in time trials. 0010 for the two of them. John Smith gets down there for his 890 right on the index with a 6 at 173. The Jack's 891. Hometown hero Kevin Scholl here on the Penske side of the racetrack from nearby Norristown, PA. 39-year-old driving the 1995 dragster up against Chris Gerritsen. 2018 Dodge National Super Comp runner up here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, the 71-year-old from Middletown, Delaware. Chris Gerritsen, 007 red on the tree to Kevin to 021. Chris Gerritsen goes a little bit too quick, 854 with a Ford 130 to Kevin Scholl's 889. Here's Jerry Holcomb, the Jerry and April Holcomb machine here on the Penske side of the racetrack from nearby Dover, Pennsylvania. 2004 Ed Quay chassis dragster up against Tiffany Mink here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, the 24-year-old. Nearby Delta, Pennsylvania, driving the 2006 Mullins dragster. The DC Contracting Autumn Sky Outfitters sponsored dragster here on the Lucas Oil side. Jerry Oak 13 on the tree. Tiffany Mink goes 898 with a Ford 165 miles an hour to Jerry's 895 with a 3. Now here's an interesting battle here on the starting line. This is husband and wife matching up here in time trials here in Super Comp. This is Dave Stein on the Penske side of the racetrack from Downingtown, PA. The 53-year-old driving the 1999 Mullins chassis dragster up against his wife, Kara Stein, one of the leading ladies here at Maple Grove Raceway. 2006 Junior Dragster National Champion. 30-year-old in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, driving the 2002 Ken's Custom Chassis Dragster. Kara Stein, 007 on the tree to her husband's 038 on the Penske side. Kara shows it how it's done, 892 with a 2 at 179 miles an hour. Howie Smith here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from West Syracuse, New York. 49-year-old in the 2008 Undercover Chassis Dragster up against Thomas here on the Penske side of the racetrack. From Connecticut, the 54-year-old driving the 2006 Dan Page dragster. Thomas, 001 here on the Penske side of the racetrack. 889 for Howie here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack at 186. The time is 888 with a 5. Melissa Thompson here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. And the DC Contractors sponsor dragster here on the Lucas Oil side. Oh, 35 for the door choir here on the Penske side of the racetrack as Melissa has problems just past the 8th mile. She shuts it on down. She'll go 12-0 with a 5 at only 70 miles an hour. So the door choir is 887. John Bruzzo here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Oceanside, New York. The Bruzzo family racing machine driving the 2009 undercover dragster. I'm against Amanda Boychesko here on the Penske side of the racetrack. John Bruzzo, 005 on the tree here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. He runs it on out to 887 with the 4 at 170 to Amanda's 883. Battle of the Mikes here on the starting line in Super Comp. Mike Mitchell will be on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from nearby Jackson, New Jersey. Mike Mitchell, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Jackson, New Jersey. 2003 Chevrolet. Up against the Mike and Nancy dragster here on the Penske side of the racetrack. $887, both of them. Mike on the Penske side goes 887 with a 0. Now here is the young man who received a perfect run in the first time trial, triple O on the tree, and then runs 890 dead one with 2 zeros. This is Doug Dahl here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Douglas, Massachusetts. Up against Kathy Smulligan here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Smulligan Motorsports sponsor dragster. Doug Dahl, a many-time winner here on the national events scene. Former national champion in competition eliminator. For those of you that follow the big money scene, if this car looks familiar on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, it is Hunter Patterson's former chassis racer here. Doug Dahl goes 886 at 180 miles an hour in the former Hunter Patterson dragster. There's problems with Kathy as we had to pull her off of the starting line. Kathy Smolgan as we give her a second chance here at the track. She goes 888 with a 3 at 174. Hometown hero Lee Ream here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Driving the 2018 American chassis dragster with a Chevy 598. C2 Converters and Machining sponsor dragster here on the Penske side of the racetrack. How about that? 001s on both sides of the racetrack. $891 with the 7 for Lee Ream here on the Penske side to the $892 on the Lucas Oil side. Well, these two matched up yesterday during the test and two. Now they're matched up during time trials. Two heavy hitters here on the Super Comp ranks here in Division 1. Jeff Kondratic here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Guy that's been running real hot lately. Up against Jack Hispanic here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Jeff Kondratic, the winner of our high roller race and Super Comp class here 2 weeks ago at our .90 Nationals.
Yeah, he doubled up that weekend, winning the class too, Billy, remember? That was a good day for Jeff.
Jeff Kondratic, 002 on the tree. Jack Hispanic goes 891 with a 2 to Jeff's 894. The runner-up from the Nationals and Super Comp here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, Deb Moses from nearby New Jersey, the 56-year-old, driving the 2013 American chassis dragster here on the Lucas Oil side. And Edward McCleft here on the Penske side of the racetrack. 48-year-old driving the 2006 Bosch Dragster here on the Penske side. .004 for Edward on the tree here on the Penske side, and he goes 889 with a 2 to the 890 for Debbie Moses here on the Lucas Oil side. Bill Krug here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Albany, New York. 57-year-old sales technician by trade here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Up against New Jersey. 46-year-old driving the 2004 undercover chassis dragster. $889 for Karen here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack to Bill's $893 with a 3. David Markle, Penske side of the racetrack. 33-year-old driving the 1991 dragster. Up against Tom Hunter here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from York, PA. $891 with a 4 for David here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Multi-time Division I champion here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. This is Tom Stalba, 53-year-old from Hamilton, New Jersey. Up against Alan O'Brien here on the Penske side of the racetrack, the 58-year-old driving the 2011 Racetac chassis dragster. Tom Stubble 001 red here in time trials. And he goes 891 with the 2 at 177 miles an hour to Allen's 932. Phil Lankford here on the Penske's Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Lanehorn, PA. 46-year-old driving the Gold Rush sponsor dragster up against 2018 Supercom champion here in Division 1. This is Kyle Bigley. Kyle pulling double duty running in Super Street and Supercomp here this weekend. Your attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need super gas to the lanes, please. Your attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need super gas to the lanes, please. 011 on the tree for Philip here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack to Kyle's 020. Philip goes 894 with a 0 at 172 to Kyle's 887. Sean Frick here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. 47-year-old from Flemington, New Jersey. Driving the 2011 Racetac chassis dragster. 892 with a 9 for Sean at 182. And that completes this round of Super Comp as we get ready to go into Super Stock Eliminator. I'll be heading out for a little bit as I turn the mic over back to the voice of Maple Grove Raceway, Mr. Roger Leister.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you very much. And I can only say, I'm thankful that I'm here, at least. Someone who shall remain nameless, Super Comp driver, whose name I will not mention, not Stein, whose name I will not mention, tried to run me over in the staging lanes with a Super Comp car. Stein, not mentioning any names. I've never been, oh man, that an individual would do something like that. Try to run me over. And I was eating my ice cream, not hurting anyone. Well, whatever. It's enough of that. It's enough for my rant. To some people, I guess I just don't mean anything. Hey, that's it for Super Comp. Another round of Super Stock coming at you. Super Gas should be rolling towards the staging lanes. Super Gas should be moving up into the lanes. Super Stock. Huntsbury with a 004 runs 10:08, 896 for Bobby Tagg in the left lane there. Super Stock was first introduced as an addition to the Stock Eliminator class in 1957. There were then 6 classes in stock, from Super Stock to Stock A, B, C, D, and E in 1957. Herbie Null, 20 on the tree. Good light for Herbie. Time for Mark Alvey and Scott Giordano. Super J automatic, both sides of the racetrack. Okay. Oh, GTJ automatic in the left lane. Thought it was both the same, but then I noticed the indexes are different. 11 flat, 1080, a little quicker index for Scott Giordano. The Super GTJ car here in the left lane. 44 light for Scott, red for Mark. Giordano 991, 1007 for Mark Alvey. Daniel Henderson and Mark Lawton, the Lawton and White racer. 87 Chevrolet Camaro 350 car going up against the 70 Challenger of Daniel Henderson. Hagerstown, Maryland. Mark Lawton out of Liverpool, New York. That Lawton and White name has been around the division for a long time in the Super Stock class. Put wheels up both sides of the racetrack. Henderson and Lawton going at it. Henderson a little on the red side. 010 green light for Mark Lawton. And a quarter mile time on the Chevrolet. 986. 1011 for the Dodge. In the right hand lane, Richard K. Bob Letellier. Bob's Auto Sales Factory Superstock F. 2013 Camaro with a 427 big inch motor there. 69 Plymouth Valiant for Richard K. That's Super B modified. Good close reaction times. This would be a good race if it was a heads up. 025, 030, 881 for Richard K, 960 for Letelier. Chet Finchke and Roy Kinslow. Finchke 1008, Kinslow with a 1054. Charlie Bubka, Bill Marshall. Where's the? Somebody was asking me about the how the deal's going to go down with the completion of the JAG Sports Nationals completion. Looks like we're going to finish the order after Super Stock. It's going to be Super Gas, then Top Dragster, then Comp, then Top Sportsman, then Super Stock, JAG Sports Nationals completion. Super Gas, JAG Sports Nationals completion. Okay, we're going to do 2 rounds there. One for Super Stock and one for Super Gas. Then we're going to go to cleanups for all our classes. Then we're going to go back and we're going to finish the JAG Sports Nationals with Super Stock, Super Gas, Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas. All right? Yeah, once again, golf carts and scooters. I've noticed something else too. Once again, golf carts, scooters, four-wheelers, please. No, none of those vehicles belong in the staging lanes unless they are tow vehicles. Please, no golf carts, scooters, four-wheelers in the staging lanes. Also, the area behind the main grandstands. That's where our Nitro Grill is, the ice cream stand, the pizza stand. That is not a thoroughfare for golf carts, scooters, and four-wheelers. Keep them out of that area as well. Wow, Marty Reinhardt. Way up there. 972 for Marty. 971 for Ron Huntsberry. In the Cobalt. Time for James Ivanic and George Taylor, the Alcoholer. And I was going through some old pictures. So this car's been around a while. I brought some old pictures that I found, and I'm going to give them to Billy to look through from some racing here back in the 70s and the 80s. And what's in the background of one of those pictures? The Alcoholer. The rear quarter panel of the Alcoholer. You can just see the farmer's picture on the side of the car. That's a pretty old picture, too. 932 for George Taylor. 935 in the right-hand lane. Now it's Jeff Roll and Mark Lebrecht. So again, we're going to finish this round of time trials and qualifying. Then we're going to go to Super Stock, JAG Sports Nationals completion. Super Gas, JAG Sports Nationals completion. Then we're going to have cleanups for Stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Then we're going to go back. We're going to finish the JAG Sports Nationals classes. All right, so that's how it's going to go. That's how it's going down here at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series today. Jeff Roll, wow, red by a thou. Runs a 950, 1001 in the left lane. Steve Camella, Division I champ, Super A Hemi car. Chuck and Steve, Webster, New York. Hemi Shootout winner here in 2017. Runner-up in 2019 here at Maple Grove to James Daniels. 11 light for Steven. Car runs on a 960 index, goes 888 at 135 miles an hour. Joey Cole, Jacques Blaze. Jacques Blaze in the Cobra. Monte Carlo for Joey Cole. Problems for the Monte Carlo. Meanwhile, Jacques on a 1065 index goes 1136. 127 miles an hour. Neither driver with a good run there. Super Gas should be in the lanes. Super Gas should be in the lanes. John Agnetta, Kevin Clark. Where's Trish? Oh boy. Now I don't know what to do. Hey, Eddie Bloom and Jeff Lawrence rolling up to the starting line. Super C modified GTE automatic. That's the class for the Ford. Bloomster Racing Trans Am is the modified car. Eddie Bloom. First off the line way too soon. 23 green for Lawrence. Lawrence runs 914 on a 1010 index for GTE automatic. 944 on the right-hand side for the Bloomster. John Simbeck, Kyle Core. Simbeck down from State College, PA. 19 Camaro. Core's Customs out of Myerstown. Super I automatic for Core. Factory Super Stock B. Simbeck. 870, 1032 on the Dodge. Robert Izzy and Bill Arpine. Another modified car, Super C modified for Robert. Wow, Robert heading for the Penske sign. Gets it back in the groove. He's in the groove, man. Comes up with a 927 at 147. 979, 135 for Arpine. We'll leave it at that. James Antoinette and Larry Miller. As we continue with the super stock cars, don't forget the Perfect Pass payout this weekend for stock and super stock. That's from PC Richard. Bellis Electric Contractors Best Reaction Time Award in stock and super stock on a winning run against an opponent. An extra $100 there from Bellis Electric Contractors. The Best Reaction Time Award. Best Package Award from GM Parts Now. In stock and super stock. Got to have the decal to be eligible. Don't forget there's an extra $1,500 year-end bonus for the Best Package of the Year. Must be a General Motors vehicle for the bonus, but not the individual payouts. Decals available at the trailer. Oaks Landscape Service Bounty Hunter Award, $100 to the racer who defeats the previous event winner in stock and super stock. That from Oaks Landscape Services. And the ATI winner and runner-up bonus, $500 to the winner, $250 to the runner-up at divisional events, $250 to the winner, $125 to the runner-up entries at the National Open events. So a lot of extra cash out there for the racers in stock and super stock. And let's not forget Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street. AA Auto Salvage, King and Queen of .90 Award. First racer in each class to run their respective dial dead on during a winning run will receive $100. Got to have the decal. Also in 2020, winners will then run for $1,000 at the first event of 2021. Ken Moses Race Transmissions #1 Qualifier Award will receive a plaque from Ken Moses Race Transmissions for being the #1 qualifier after round 1 of eliminations. Select Performance Bounty Hunter Award, good for $100 to the racer who defeats the previous event winner in Super Street. Portatree Bounty Hunter Award, $100 to the racer who defeats the previous event winner in Super Gas. And Duzen Bounty Hunter Award, $100 to the racer who defeats the previous event winner in Super Comp. So some extra prize money from a lot of fine sponsors at this event here this weekend. Again, everybody looking ahead at Virginia. Kind of a weird season, but still a lot of our sponsors hanging in there, sponsoring these events. We appreciate it. The racers appreciate it. Thanks for being a part of this weekend at Maple Grove and the Northeast Division. Back to Super Stock. Here we go with Larry Miller, James Antoinette. Miller in the Super F Automatic. Baccaruda, 440 car. Pontiac Grand Am with 320 inches of Chevrolet J&A Performance Racer. Super Stock C Modified Stocker. James Antoinette and Lucas Oil side. How about a 003 and a perfect 000? Antoinette with a perfect light. 003 for Larry Miller. Miller comes in at 983. 974 for James. 133 and 138. Brian Werner, Steve Sipka. Super Gas should be in the lanes. Super Gas should be in the lanes. The saucy, the savory, Super Gas. How about those adjectives, huh? Back to Super Stock. That's Supka, 22 on the tree, out of the gate first. 02 light for Zipka, 22 for Werner. Zipka, 903, 1028 for Werner in Super J Automatic. Gary Wolkowitz, Dave Thomas. The Earthquake. Well, it used to be the Earthquake. Doesn't say that anymore. So I guess is it not then? So here's a cool matchup. Super A Hemi car, factory Super Stock E for Dave Thomas. 011 Challenger, 512 inches, 426 inches, gone at it. Mopar power heading off the line down the quarter mile. It's Wolkowitz out in front. Wolkowitz first to the stripe, 890, 849, 155, 1034, 144 for Dave Thomas. Wolkowitz was red, but Thomas with a good 005. Joe Mandillo, Wendy Caliendo. Joe Mandillo, Mandillo and Mandillo. Caliendo, 15 light, 1073. 958 for Joseph, 122 and 140 MPH. Hey, Corvettes. Larry Jewell, Eddie Moranian. GTE automatic, Super D automatic, 67 car. Good reaction times for a couple old guys. 18 light for Larry, 19 light for Moranian. Moranian 936, 961 for Larry Jewell. 139, 138. It's Byron Werner and Roger Reese. Four red for Byron, 8 red for Roger. Werner 1010, 1044 for Roger Reese. Jeff Tripp, Jonathan Alagrucci. 512 inches. I don't know, it's a V10 or V15 or something, I don't know. But it's the Flying Wedge. The Flying Wedge 2, actually. Jonathan, Scott Township, PA, sales manager. In the Challenger, good fast car. Jeff Tripp, Jackson, New Jersey. Monte Carlo, Super A modified. Trip 889, 919 for Alagrucci, 151 and 145. Thomas Whitman and Dave Childs. Childs 1121, 932. John Cera. Well, he's waiting in the water there with the GTK car, 71 Nova. Vic Gavanetti in his 1955 Chevrolet. Yeah, that's the Superstock F modified carpet bagger. Two-door wagon, neat car. It's a little lower than it was last year, isn't it? Last year it was just a little bit higher. I know wheels went up a little higher off the line, that's for sure. Now it just kind of takes off. Boo. No, I don't want to say that about the man's car. Still runs well. 959 on a 1050 index. 137 miles an hour for that big wagon. It's a good deal. So I guess the substitution for the wheel stand, I guess that's okay. We'll just have to deal with it. Nicholas Childs, Russell Linky. Childs has a Cobalt. Oh, a pair of Cobalts. Okay. 09 model, 07 model. Small inch Chevys, 316, 305. Childs red by 9, 30 green for Linky. Nicholas 917 on the 965 index, 1005 on a 1090 for Russ Linky. Ed Newton, Dwayne Hooven. '79 Monza with a 6-cylinder. Leesburg, Virginia, Ed Newton. I don't know if he's still the record holder. He was. That was up to last year still, wasn't it? No, he was the record holder for a couple of years in a row there at the Lucas Oil race. Ford Maverick in the left lane. Newton, red by 1,000. Dwayne Hooven, 42 green. And it's Dwayne Hooven first to the stripe with a 1087. 903 for Ed Newton in the right-hand side. Morris Automotive Machine, Carol Morris. Morris Automotive Machine, 71 Ford. Herbie Sullivan, the Sullivan Septic Service, 87 Chevrolet. Pretty close matchup here, 1034, 1024. Sullivan with a better light, 033 to a 57. Dwayne Iskant and Aaron Allison. Aaron Allison making some RPMs. Runs it out 908 at 135 on a 920. Wayne with a 1083. Dean Ribeiro and Sterling Simmons. Sterling Simmons, 935 in GTF automatic. Ribeiro in the Super J car runs 1090. Robert Brakeman, 60 Corvette. Pat Glade. Buick Somerset. We've got wheel stands all over the place. This track is hooking its brains out. Sorry, Trish, I wanted to wait till you were up here and I was going to do it even a little bit more, but you're not here, so poo on you. So both cars shut it down early. And the Brinkman Glade wheel standing competition winds up a tie. Rich Eprick, Jeff Jewell. Eprick, Super P Automatic Caprice. Super C Automatic Corvette, that's Jeffrey Jewell. Jeff goes 11.940 in the quarter, 12.65 for Rich Eprick. Michael Allen, William Kennedy. Okay, see how Michael makes out on this run. Had to shut it down the first time around. The Aston PA Pontiac. Michael and Sherwood. Sherwood Allen ran the sole survivor. Remember that? He won the Spring Nationals. I believe that was 77, right? It's the only thing I know. That's it. You have all my facts. The cat's out of the bag. That's the only figure. It's the only... Well, it looks like he's not going to get a good run this time either. Good 6 light. 06 light. Meanwhile, Kennedy... 1036 at 129. But that's the only stat I have. That's the only piece of nostalgia. And Mike Allen just coasting down the racetrack. So now it's Alex Chanko and Doug Linke out on the racetrack. Doug in the Pontiac. Chanko in the Cobra Jet. 16 model, 302 Ford for the fabricator out of Monroe Township, New Jersey. Doug from Old Bridge, New Jersey. ATI. Alex Chanko hooking up with that Ford. 875, 154 in the quarter. 1040, 126 for Doug Linke. Brian Valentine, Dean Mowry. Dean Mowry running out of the Middle Creek Self-Storage. He's from Middleburg, Pennsylvania. Now it says Middlesburg here, but is that correct, or is it Middleburg? Like on the way to Beaver? Dean Mowry, right-hand lane. Brian Valentine, left lane. He's from Millwood, New York. The Valentine Racing Pontiac. Dodge and Pontiac going at it. Mowry, 1083. 1096 for Valentine. Pete Diagnolo and Ed Heisey. Ed Heisey running the Joe Scott car. I was reading about a place called, what was it, 522 Dragway? Like somewhere between Sealands Grove and Beaver Springs, there was a 522 Dragway. Joe Scott started out racing at that very spot. Heisey, meanwhile, is from Lancaster, PA, Diagonolo, Rochester, New York, on the shores of the Ontario, of Lake Ontario. S&R Automotive car runs 964, 1072 for Ed Heisey. 136, 125. Here's Brittany Bolts and James Daniels. Oh boy. Yeah, she's driving both cars. Either that or James is driving one and she's letting him drive one. So Brittany and James out on the drag strip together. Oh, Brittany 10 on the red side, 38 on the green side for Daniels. James Daniels 11 flat, 1063 for Brittany. Got a few remaining super stocks here, then we'll see our super gas cars. Oh, the last super stocks are rolling into the water, they say. They tell me. Meanwhile, out on the starting line, in another part of Plowville, okay. Joe Lisa, Gary Richard, here they go. Oh, Lisa! On the scale of 1 to 10, wheel stand, that's a 9. Lisa, 924, making a 1024, 934, the left lane for Richards. Yeah, that's it. I was just about to say that. Tommy Tape, top dragster, presented by Select Performance. Bring him into the lanes. Tommy Tape, top dragster, presented by Select Performance. To the lanes, please. Michael Iacono with a perfect light. And another, well, I'd say wheel stand wise from 1 to 10, that's a 9.5. You got to rip the bumper off like that guy in the Gremlin on the video to get a 10. The guy with the Gremlin. So that was a 9.5. That was pretty good. And a 1018 in the quarter. I almost forgot the ET. 1018 at 103 for Michael Iacono in GTH Automatic. Super Gas up next. We've called Tommy Tape. Top dragster presented by Select Performance. To the lanes, please. Speaking of, wait, let's see here. While we're on the subject, top dragster, Tommy Tape, top dragster, top sportsman, presented by Select Performance. Some special awards. Best Package Award receives a plaque from Ken Moses Race Transmissions for best overall package during a winning run in each class. That's from Ken Moses Race Transmissions. And again, that's for top dragster and top sportsman. Power Technologies Bounty Hunter Award $100 for the racer who defeats the previous event winner in Top Dragster. Ken Moses Race Transmissions also is going to be giving out $100 to the racer who defeats the previous winner in Top Sportsman. The Power Technologies one's for Top Dragster. Ken Moses Race Transmissions is for Top Sportsman. And Indie Gear will receive a special Indie Gear winner's hat for the winner in Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. That's from Indie Gear, Ken Moses, Power Technologies, Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman special awards this weekend. So again, lots of special stuff. Thanks to all the sponsors. Hey, the refreshment stands are open. Stop by the ice cream stand, the pizza stand, the Nitro Grill. Just don't eat your ice cream too fast today. Okay? I did that. Well, I was a little shook up because I was almost hit in the staging lanes, but enough about that. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. What goes around comes around. You'll see as the weekend goes on. Just may be a little more difficult for certain people than others. I can see to that. I can make sure I see to that. So again, we're going to do Super Gas, then we're going to go Top Dragster, Comp, Top Sportsman. Then we're going to have a round of Super Stock from the Jeg Sports Nationals, then a round of Super Gas from the Jeg Sports Nationals. Then we're going to go to some cleanup rounds. Then we're going to finish up the Jeg Sports Nationals. Okay? That's the dealio. Or does nobody say that anymore? I guess not. That's old already, isn't it? I was talking to you, Dave, and you don't pay attention to me. Nobody pays attention to me. I know everybody's out there all day saying, what does he say? Why does he even bother? All right. Super Gas. Here we go. I mentioned 1981, first year they ran super gas in the division. First divisional event here in 1981, Ohio's Steve Eckert was the super gas winner. Probably the last time in a long time, probably the last time we've seen an Anglia in any kind of a class. Remember, the Eckerts had 2 of them. All right, Jason Kenny, Steve DeSantis, first pair out into the rolling out into the water. Jason out of Kutztown, PA. Jags.com, Hoosier, Select Performance, 5-time division champion, 5-time All-Star qualifier, 13 divisional event wins, Jags All-Star champion in 2010. The list goes on for Jason over there on the Lucas Oil side. Steve DeSantis, West Dennis, Massachusetts, will be here in the left lane, or at least he's supposed to be. Kenny waiting for him. Yeah, he's got the Roadrunner. Here he comes. Steve DeSantis. A little something different in super gas. Roadrunner out of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, it says. What the significance of that is. It's got a Ken Moses transmission. See how it runs. See how he makes out against Jason Kenny. Second round of super gas. Kenny 18 on the red side. Not a good reaction time for Steve. At the finish line, Steve DeSantis with a 977, 995 for Jason Kenny. 151 and 165, Bill Trum, Leonard Riotto. Bill Trum in the Super Street Super Gas Camaro. Lenny Riotto in the Novocaine. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Bring him into the lanes. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster. Riotto 15 on the tree, 23 for Trum. Trum runs 998, 994 on the Chevy 2, 144 and 150. Now it's Bill Nuzzo and Scotty Reinford. Scott in the Moose, Paul's Repair and Speed Shop, Beach and Kime Streets, Pottstown, PA. Bill Nuzzo here in the left lane just 2 short years ago was a Dutch Classic winner. 04 red for Bill. 990 with a 5 for Nuzzo. 991 with a 2 for Scotty Reinford with a 24 light. Barry Ribeiro and Dave Burkett. He's poor but proud. Burkett's Automotive. Ewing, New Jersey. 73 Vega. Ribeiro in the 57 Chevy. We don't see any more Anglias, but it's a good thing we still got the 5, 6s, and 7 Chevys hanging in there. And I'm pretty sure by the looks of things, they won't go away, at least not right away. Whoa, Burkett heads for the tree. Ribeiro 997, Burkett 1030, 135 and 134. Darren Wood, Dennis Torito. Dennis and Danielle out of Enfield, Connecticut. That's that wild-looking Camaro Roadster. Darren Wood in the Chevy 2. Berkhamsted, Connecticut. In the left lane. Top dragster should be in the lanes or on your way. Top dragster should be in the lanes. And getting ready to go. Hey, don't forget tomorrow morning chapel service, Saturday morning, 8 a.m. behind the tech barn. That's in the grass behind the tech barn. Join us on bring a chair or sit in the golf cart, sit on the four-wheeler, whatever. But join us for Racers for Christ chapel service tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Be with Chaplain Dale. Dennis Torito, 984, 985 in the left lane. Sean Lang, Kevin Robb. Five red for Rob. Quarter mile time, 983. 987 for Sean Lang in the Cavalier. Ronnie Orban and Dennis Allen. Orban in the Vega. Allen in the Nova. $19 red, 4 red. Orban 90 with a 5, 93 for Dennis Allen. Here comes Don Miller and Robert Madden. '68 Roadster for Miller. Madden in the '64 Corvette. 502-inch race car out of Levittown, PA. Miller from Dover. Miller red by 8, 19 green for Robert Madden. Madden slows. Miller runs 989 at 166, 1166 on the Corvette. Time for Hank and Lori. Yeah, we were playing cards over at Hank and Lori's place last night. Yeah, they're so much fun. So Hank, the winner of the Maple Grove race a couple of weeks ago, took on Bob Phillips in the final in the Super Gas class of the .90 event. Jerry Pierce, Setzer and Pierce racer, Olds Cutlass. Penske Lane. What do we got? Hey, if you're not going to be going south next weekend, you might want to take in the Boo Bash. That'll be our last bracket race of the season coming up next week, right here at Maple Grove Raceway. There will be a costume contest, plus ET bracket racing, and some trick-or-treating for the kids, the whole deal. Hey, we got a couple more special awards here for this event. Martino Race Engines Comp Lucky Qualifier Award, $200 awarded to a randomly chosen qualified racer in Comp Eliminator. Accelerated Travel, #1 qualifier award. Oh, that's alcohol cars. Okay. We're doing this classic. So we got the Best Appearing Classic Auto Body Best Appearing Car Award for this weekend, and the Hoops Fire Protection Best Engineered Car Award as well. That's all the special stuff for this race. Northeast Division events. Again, everybody headed to Virginia then for 2 races back to back. Good luck, everyone that's heading down there. Okay, track is clear. We're going to fire them back up again. Got a Hank and Jerry. Setzer and Pierce Racer on the left side. Hank Smith over there in the right-hand lane. He be from Leesport. Old Jerry Pierce there down from Albany. Second round of time trials for Super Gas. Awesome vinyl. Taking on Alta Albany Metal Fabricators. 27-37. Better Light Hank Smith. Lucas Oil Side. Hank Smith 984, 988 for Jerry Pierce. Ray Sawyer, Dale Knudsen. Sawyer, Hoosier Auto Meter, Select Performance. Acton, Massachusetts, 990 car. If it's happening in Super Gas, he's done it. Dale Kunchin here in the left lane. Lucas Oil, Brady, Mechanical, Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Ford Dale out of Chaptico, Maryland. Sawyer red by 7. 15 green for Dale. Wow, Dale running right down the center line. Still runs a 986. Now it's Ted Leahy and Pete Luciano. Leahy Excavating, Olds Cutlass, Lucky's Race Car, Chevrolet Camaro. .004 for Ted. Now here's Ted. Here's a picture of Ted on the starting line. Here's a picture of Ted at the finish line. Here's a picture of the scoreboard. It says 991. 988 for Pete Luciano with a 34 light. Jeff Fisher, Thomas Smith. Here's a picture of Ted with the Spanish Inquisition. Jeff Fisher's got the Beretta. Thomas Smith in the Chevy 2. The Logan Transport Racer. Well, Smith not having a good run. The car just kind of like rolling off the starting line. Not even launching. Coasting to an 1181, 992 for the right-hand lane. Rich Price, George Smith. The live wire of George Smith, pricesmovingandstorage.com in the right-hand side. Smith was a Mazda champ, I believe, 2 years ago. Price read by 1,000. 029 for George. 989 George Smith. 992 for Rich Price. Jay Kapelka, Iggy Boychesko, Jello and Amanda, Amin Ra. All right, Jay Kapelka, 500-inch Dodge, 582 inches of Chevrolet Corvette. Kapelka, 5 red, 25 green for Iggy. Here comes that 175-mile-an-hour Chevrolet. How about a 986 at 174 for Iggy? 992, 149 for Jay. Kevin Malpin, Rick Homan. Kevin, the House of Pain racer. That's another Chevy Beretta. Rick Homan, Allentown, PA, Chevy 2. 006 for Kevin, 25 light for Rick. Right around the corner, Top Dragster, Tommy Tape Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Charles Giannetti, B.J. Keister. Bob Keister in the wagon. Mid-Atlantic .90 Association. Chevy 2 wagon. Charles Giannetti. See if he's got a better run this time. Up his sleeve. Not looking good so far. 50 on the tree for Chuck. And this time it's Keister. Rolling out of the throttle. Coasting to a 1227. How about a 90 on a 90 for Charles? So that's a lot better than his first run, which was 0. Tom Goldman, Oscar Holt. Goldman in the Willies. Well, we don't have any Anglias anywhere, but we have a lone Willies. Well, actually, we have the Top Sportsman Willies, too. Yeah, don't want to forget that car. So we got 2 Willies, okay, but no Anglias. 40 Willies for Tom Goldman, Allentown, PA. Oscar Holt, Medford, New Jersey, Corvette. 002 for Tom. 19 light for Oscar. Oscar with a 989. 991 for Tom. 176 and 159. Doug Marsters, Jake Barbado. Marsters on the Lucas Oil side, Penske Lane, Jake Barbado. Marsters Trucking out of Canton, Maine. A little bit of drive to Maple Grove Raceway. Glad to have you here with us, Doug. Jake Barbado, Westchester, PA. Red both sides of the racetrack. Barbado 93, 91 for Doug. Tom Stalba and Mike Daniels. Mike Daniels, Devon, Pennsylvania. Nick and Mike, a couple of our regular ET racers. Mike now going super gas with his Corvette. Eight-time Division I champ Tom Stalba. 10 red for Tom, 1 red for Daniels. Corvettes hit the stripe, 986 for Mike Daniels, 986 for Tom Stalba. Brenda Hunter. Brenda driving the Corvette here in the left lane out of York, Pennsylvania, the Gilbert's Automotive Racer. Keith O'Hannison, Fork River, New Jersey, in the Buick. Turbocharged car. See if he can get close to that 990 mark on this run. Didn't do bad first time out. I don't know what the deal is with this car. He's in the super gas class. See if he can get a 90 going here. At 1023, 101 for Keith. Brenda Hunter runs 90 with an 8, 7 red. That's it for Super Gas. We have Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance up next. So comp stand by. Comp, or are we calling comp to the lanes? Hey, Dave Moan, do we want comp? Comp to the lanes, please. Comp to the lanes. That's a round of Super Gas. Now it's Top Dragster. We've called comp for your second qualifying run. Once again, we're going to run Top Sportsman, or Top Dragster, then comp, then Top Sportsman. Then we're going to go Jeg Sports National Super Stock, Jeg Sports Nationals Super Gas. Then into cleanup runs for Stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. And then back to Jeg Sports Nationals completion. So a little dragging the line here on a Saturday afternoon. Again, if you are watching D1TV, presented by Micro Strategies. Now where's that ad here? Here we go. Technology Solutions, Business Results, Micro Strategies. D1TV brings you D1TV. From Maple Grove Raceway on a now semi-sunny, partly sunny, let's say. Get the weatherman type nomenclature correct. Partly sunny in Moulton, PA. With a lot of drag racing going on, so that's a good thing. Hey, we're just glad to be here. As I mentioned earlier, it's a good thing to be here. Good thing to get together with the division cars. Normally, I have the opportunity to do this only twice a year. Of course, we had a couple of more .90 races there. We had Top Sportsman and Top Dragster the last couple of weeks, so I got to see a little bit of that action. 2 weekends in a row, almost 2 weekends in a row. So I got to see those cars. But again, as far as the stock and super stock and all those great cars go, this is the only opportunity I have to do a working event like this. So kind of having a good time up here. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to do this. And thanks to all the racers again for stopping out here being at Maple Grove this weekend, making this a good show. So we got Top Dragster coming up next. Bobby Vatia, William Masiello will be our first pair. So far, let's see, we have 25 cars. Starting out with Alan O'Brien, who ran a 6:14. Then it's Al Kenny at 6:15. William Masiello, 6:31. Scott Lucan, 6:34. James Beckman at 6:40. That's your top 5. Twenty cars have been 25 cars have been down the track in round 1. Andre Brown is number 25 at 7:30. So this first pair coming up will be Bobby Vatia and William Masiello. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Comp, we've called Comp. Into the lanes, competition eliminator. So the Midnight Sun, Bobby Vatia, Southington, Connecticut. William Masiello in the left lane. His Top Dragster, Pro Charger equipped racer. Ran an earlier 6:31 at 2:23 for the number 3 spot. First round for Bobby Vatia. Scoreboard said 6:79 at 2:05. Round 2, qualifying for Top Dragster. Tommy Tape Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. First pair on the line, getting staged up and ready to go. Vatia and Masiello bumping them into the beams, and they will fly down this racetrack. Wow, Bobby Vatia goes up in smoke. Meanwhile, front wheels in the air, Masiello cranks out a 6:23 at 224 miles an hour. Bobby Vatia remains in that number 10 spot as he overpowered the racetrack. So it'll be Edmund Ritchie and Michael Esposito, your next pair. Esposito was the top challenge champion here at Maple Grove Raceway a couple of years ago. Edmund Ritchie, the Starvin' Marvin style car here in the left lane, out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Turner Construction, precision chassis, Spitzer chassis for Esposito. The Shafroff Racing Engines entry. .770 and quicker in this class. Dragsters and Altereds. Small block, big block, naturally aspirated, nitrous, blower, turbo. It's all good. Ritchie red by 2. Edmund Ritchie, 689. 694 for Esposito. Kent Newsom and Scott Lucan. Lucan Automotive on the right-hand side. And Kent Newsom. We didn't see this car in the first round. Forest Hills, Maryland racer. Always one of the quicker cars in the class. So Scott, on his first pass, 634 at 217. Newsom, this is his first run of the day. Luke at 631. Newsom 664, 220 and 199. 17 light for Kent. Kent Newsom, number 7. Right behind Kenny Moses. Andre Brown, Gary Kobe. That'll be your next pair. In top dragster. Comp should be in the lanes. Comp should be in the lanes. Looks like Newsom left us just a little bit of cleanup out there. Just off the starting line, or just behind the starting line, maybe. It looks like it might be all. All right, Andre Brown, Gary Kobe. Lucas Oil Racer out of Browns Mills, New Jersey, Andre Brown, Gary Kobe, Fairfield, Connecticut. GK Racing entry here on the Penske side. Andre, 2 red, 35 green for Gary. 7 flat improves on the 704. Brown actually slows down a bit. 742 from that 730. Al Staffieri and Rebecca Miller coming up. Centerbury, Connecticut, home of Rebecca Miller. Miller Motorsports and Auto Body. Al Staffieri out of Massachusetts. Side by side, 693, 691. Al remains number 15. Rebecca number 17. Kendall Payne and Frank Carpinelli. North Canton, Ohio, home of Camp Carpinelli here on the left side. The beautiful Horizon Motorsports Racer. Kendall Payne, Lucas Oil side. Out of Waynesboro, Virginia. House of Payne Racer. House of Payne high performance starters and alternators. Payne off and running. Carpinelli on his first run of the day. And it's not a good one. Meanwhile, Kendall, 723 at 183 miles an hour. No improvement there either. Kind of not a good round for either driver. So as we wait, Sean Gilmore and Rick Bell will be our next pair. And it looks like they're going to shut them off. Okie dokie, Sean Gilmore, Rick Bell warming up. Gilmore ran an earlier 685 at 199, 696 at 190 for Rick Bell. After Carpinelli's appearance, now 27 cars in the field. .006, 002, they hit the tree. Both drivers with great reaction times, 675 for Gilmore, 694 for Rick Bell. Now it's Alden Miller and Alan Robinson. Robinson got 196 mile an hour out of that race car in the first round. Significant improvement. He's been here the last few weeks trying to get that car, just get it down the racetrack with that new supercharged combination. Something he's wanted to do for a long time. Got it to work in the last round with a 694 at 196. See what kind of consistency he gets out of it. 693 with a 5 at 197. 698, 191 for Alden Miller. Almost the same as his last run as well. Frank Genovese and Greg Kelly. Kelly, 200-mile-an-hour performer, 670, 202. Good for the number 9 spot after the first round. All right, looks like we're going to back him up and stage him one more time. Genovese bumping out of the beams there. Somers, New York, Granite Springs Garage. Frank Genovese. Greg Kelly, Motorsports Innovations, DRC. Hainesport, New Jersey, here on the left side. All the balls lit. Away they go. Kelly, 672, 200, 686, 194 for Frank. No change there. Phil Molicella, James Beckman. Comp should be in the lanes. We need Top Sportsman. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. We need Top Sportsman. Bring him into the lanes, please. Comp should be in the lanes. Phil Molicella, James Beckman. Jim's Welding Service Dragster, Warren, Connecticut. Molicella, local racer out of Westchester. .639, James Beckman, once again 215 miles an hour, 776, 187 for Molicella. Saw the car hesitate a little bit, just past the 60-foot mark. Almost looked like he was doing a super comp number there for a minute. Car slowed down and then picked up again. Took a lot of ET away. Joel Schlemminger and DJ Cox. Schlemminger, his first run of the day. Marlton, New Jersey racer on the right-hand side. Lucas Oil Lane, DJ on his second pass. Schlemminger drives right on by DJ, but then shuts it off. DJ runs another 68 at 202. Schlemminger with enough to qualify at number 8 with the 664, but just 162 miles an hour. He did all that in 1,000 foot. Now it's Al Kenny and Ken Moses. Number 2 qualifier, Alan Kenny. Blown car, the right-hand side, Ken Moses. Race transmissions here in the left lane. Al Kenny out of Kutztown, PA. Moses, Colonia, New Jersey. Al Kenny 615 at 222. Moses 650 at 205. These cars coming out here and running this fast, and they are running, I mean, they are dialed in. They are consistent. Chuck Capella and Kevin Robb. Capella not a good light for Chuck. Rob with the 009, 694. A little quicker there at 191 miles an hour, 94 on his former 996. Capella, meanwhile, slows down by 100. Joe DePasquale and Joe DeGuara. Another blower car, that's Joe DeGuara. Warming up in the left lane. Joe DePasquale over there on the right-hand side this time. '28 cars. Alan O'Brien still leads the field. Frank Carpinelli. Number 28. And again, Top Dragster and Top Sportsman Racers, as we go in the off-season, check out Maple Grove Raceway's website. Check out the Top Challenge Series. That'll be back for next year for Top Dragster and Top Sportsman here at Maple Grove Raceway. It's some extra bucks for the season champions in those classes in the series. You want to get in on it. Wow. DeGuara hanging on to that race car. Went up and down. Comes up with a 724, still at 202. But, man, he was all over the place there off the starting line. So a 724 gets him into the show at 202 miles an hour. Of course, the mile an hour doesn't matter. It's the ET. But tell you what, it was a little bit of driving, a lot of driving effort getting him to that point. We need top sportsmen. We need top sportsmen to the lanes, please. Top sportsmen. So it's Alan O'Brien, who did not make a run in this round, I don't believe. And he's on top with the 614, wrapping up the show. Joe DeGuara at 724. Make that Pete Diagnola. No, this is Top Sportsman now. We're getting into the wrong class here. Okay. Okay, we got Comp coming up. Right, comp eliminator for your second qualifying run. Here we go. Listen up once again. We need top sportsmen to the lanes, please. Then we need the stock and super gas remaining competitors from the JEGS Sports Nationals to the lanes. We need top sportsmen. You'll be up after comp. Then we need the stock and super gas remaining cars from the JEGS Sports Nationals to the lanes. Stock and super gas. Remaining cars from the JEGS Sports Nationals. Bring them into the lanes. Super stock and super gas. Did I say stock? Super stock and super gas. Remaining cars from the JEGS Sports Nationals. Super stock and super gas. You'll be up after top sportsman. Right, Thomas Miller. Mark Hopkins. Hopkins was the number 1 qualifier last year at the Dutch. He's number 2 right now. 62 under. Run 765 in D altered at 176 miles an hour, 1078. Just 81 miles an hour for Thomas Miller. Miller having problems with that C altered automatic. Again, after comp eliminator, after comp, we'll run top sportsman. Then we need the super stock and super gas JEGS Sports Nationals competitors to the lanes. Time for Don Eckel and Kenny Voigt. See if Kenny Voigt can get it down the racetrack this time. Don Eckel had a good run. 54 under. .757 the index in D C Dragster automatic. Eckel ran a 703. And again, Ken Voigt did not get a run. Little issue of something leaking out of that Chevrolet Cobalt. Running's in G Super Modified. Martino Racing Engines, Bridgeport, Connecticut, home of Voigt. So Eckel's car, just a little lift to the front wheels off the line. 703 first run, 702 on this run at 191 miles an hour. 867 for Voigt. Now it's Jay Schoenberger. Top Sportsman should be in the lanes. After Top Sportsman, we will run the remaining cars in Super Stock and Super Gas from the JEGS Sports Nationals. So we need those cars to the lanes. Philadelphia Racing Products, Jay Schoenberger. Jay won the Dutch Classic here last year. Mark Hopkins was the number 1 qualifier in the Dutch. Billy, if you can get up here, if you want to do the cleanup runs. Billy, if you want to do the cleanup runs. Schoenberger, I altered. Class index 871. Schoenberger cranks out an 812 at 164. Now it's Ronnie Proctor driving the Moskovsky Racing entry. Ronnie out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Moskovsky's from Quakertown, Pennsylvania. And over there on the right-hand side, one of the all-time greats in the comp eliminator class, Al Ackerman. 188 cubic inch Chevrolet. In a very lightweight package. That's an F dragster. East Coast Hall of Famer, national record holder, divisional champ, national champ. And if I remember correctly, the article in the National Dragster about his national event win pretty much does it all himself with the help of a few very dedicated friends. $695 for Proctor. Ackerman runs 810 at 165. Ronnie Boyd, Lee Zane. Top Sportsman should be in the lanes. After that, we'll go to Super Stock and Super Gas, Jegs Sports Nationals remaining cars. $199 inches, Elmer, New Jersey. Lee Zane, F Dragster. A Econo Dragster for Ronnie Boyd. Light for Ronnie Boyd, 36 for Lee Zane. Lee Zane, 806. At 158, 706, 197 for Ronnie Boyd. $62 under for Lee Zane. Ronnie Boyd, 21 for the number 18 spot. 20 cars in this class so far. Frank Afferanti and Richard Prizer. 32 Austin, 170-inch racer. 170-inch racing engine. For Prizer, puts him in H Econo altered, C altered automatic. Frank Afferanti. Both cars have been a half a second under in the first round of qualifying. 7:29 for Frank, 9 flat for Richard. Frankie got it hooked up over there in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. 7:32 at 180 miles an hour. 9:03, 124 for Ronnie Proctor. Now it's Calvin Hill and Bucky Hess. Calvin Hill and Bucky Hess, the Hemi car. Against the eye altered. Calvin Hill, 827. Bucky Hess, 861. Joseph Carniscali, Pete Diagnolo. I super modified and D super modified automatic. Carniscali sitting in that number 3 spot right now, 63 under at 888 in the first round of qualifying. Right behind Ronnie Proctor and Mark Hopkins. Diagnolo and Carniscali both at 026. Diagnolo runs 842, 894 for Carniscali. It's Frankie Aragona and Richard Schoenberger. Number 6 and 7 qualifiers right now. Schoenberger, 61 under, 60 under for Frankie Aragona. Number 6 and 7 qualifiers. Yeah. Got that right, I hope. .730 at 180 miles an hour for Frank. Schoenberger shuts it off. Frank bumps it up to number 1. 72 under. Kevin Hotaling, Michelle Costa, the Ladybug. F altered, G Econo altered for Kevin and Michelle. Top Sportsman, we need you. Top Sportsman, we need you. And the Super Gas and Super Stock Racers from the Jag Sports Nationals, we need you. Kevin Hotaling, Michelle Costa. Michelle leads the way in the little G Econo altered. Runs at 826, 819 for Kevin. That's it for Comp Eliminator. Here comes Top Sportsman. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. Leading the field, Jeff Brooks, 651 at 214. First pair up, Joey Heffernan and Peter Davis. Heffernan in the Opal. Out of Aston, Pennsylvania. Davis from Dillsburg, PA, just west of Maple Grove Raceway. In the 67 Camaro, vinyl top and all. But it's got dual chutes, big wheelie bars, so you know that thing's making some horsepower somewhere, somehow. Doesn't look much. Doesn't look much like a top sportsman car, does it? See if he could step it up a little bit. He ran a 940 at 117, so a lot of room to improve on that car. See if he can do it here. Peter Davis, Lucas Oil side. Joey Heffernan already qualified at 723, 191 with the Opal. Lowered it a little bit more, made it a little bit longer for this season. Wow, Davis. Really blows off the tires. 007 on the tree for Heffernan, so a good run there at 725. 186. Davis looked like he was going to take out the tree. The Tommy tape signs, the whole works out here on the starting line. So again, from the looks of the field, he can make the show, but he's got to dial the minimum, you know. Which would be the 799. John Teniakis and Ray Jackson. Jackson coasted to a 1094. Or Teniakis coasted to a 1094 in the first round at just 102 miles an hour. Jackson did not make the run. Backed him away after a little cleanup. A little fluid from that Oldsmobile. Penske side, Ray Jackson. Lucas Oil side, John Teniakis. Philadelphia, PA, and Maple Shade, New Jersey on the line. And now heading down to 1320. Jackson and Teniakis side by side, door handle to door handle, wheel to wheel. 713 for Jackson, 713 for Teniakis. 191 and 194. Good run, side by side. John Teniakis, number 8. Raymond Jackson, number 9. Just like that. And here's our other Willies. This is Willie's number 2. Bobby Rosita and Ronnie Regal. Looking over our racetrack for just a moment. All right, Bobby Rosita, Ronnie Regal. Rosita here in the left lane with the Willys. Well, kind of a flattened out version. Ron Regal, Regal Racing Engines, Fairless Hills, PA, right hand side. Rosita from Staten Island, New York. Ronnie number 7, number 11 spot. Bobby Rosita right now. Ron Regal with a little bit quicker 695. 705 steps it up a bit for Bobby Rosita as well. 705 at 200 miles an hour. Regal number 6, Rosita number 8. All that noise in the background, that's John Amorati. The All Aboard Motorsports out of Valesgate, New York. 6-second Corvette, supercharged entry, 526-inch Chevrolet in a 63 Corvette. Good for the number 3 spot right now at 666, 210. Mark Payne, House of Payne, Waynesboro, Virginia. Cavalier, number 5 going into this round. 675 at 193. Jeff Brooks, number 1, 651 at 214. So all aboard the train to Valesgate. John Amaretti in the right-hand lane. How about Mark Payne with a perfect reaction time? 000 on the tree for Payne. Quarter mile time of 670 at 2:05. Again, 666 at 2:10. Right lane. And it looks like we have one cross lanes down there in the shutdown area. But car appears to be upright. And that's a good thing. No contact between the cars or the walls, looks like, so that's a good deal. Of course, I don't know who it was. I'm not sure. So Jeff Brooks ready and waiting here on the right-hand side. Number 1 qualifier, 651 at 214. All right, so everything okay down there beyond the finish line, and but boy, that's the reason why we tell racers each and every week, and why it's so important to keep all your safety equipment on in that shutdown area. Very important. So this gentleman in the right-hand lane with the Henry J. Reasonable facsimile thereof, Henry J. Jeff Brooks. Larry Willard will be in the left lane. When we get back to Top Sportsman, good field of Top Sportsman cars here. Tommy Tape Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. Ron Priest right now, number 24, with a 1092 at 77 miles an hour. And only a couple of cars just missing that 799. And those that are very close, so. All right, Jeff Brooks, Larry Willard. Willard's Auto Service and Salvage, Kaiser Compressors. A couple of nitrous-equipped cars. A couple of classic engine body combination configurations in the sport of drag racing. The Henry J and the 5.7 Chevrolet. Double 02 for Brooks. Can he go quicker than that earlier 651? He does with the 647 at 217. Likewise, Willard 621 beats his earlier 726. Jeff Brooks remains number one at 647 now. Michael DePinto and Michael Danielle right, attention to the pits. Racers in stock, super street, super comp, super stock, super gas. If you have not made 2 runs, you can bring them into the lanes for cleanups. That's racers in stock, super street, super comp, super stock, super gas. If you have not made 2 runs, bring them into the lanes for cleanups. Okay, Danielle DePinto. Pinto wants to improve on that 817, 829 for Danielle. And they do it. Well, an improvement for DePinto, but not enough at 804. 683 at 201 is good for Danielle. There, we got it. Danielle jumps all the way up to number 6 with that 683 at 201. Pinto, number 22. Now it's Frank Volpe coming up and David Miller. As soon as we have the all clear. Again, racers in stock, super street, super comp, super stock, and super gas. If you have not had 2 runs, you can bring your car to the staging lanes for cleanups. That is stock, super street, super comp, super stock, super gas for cleanups. Frank Volpe, Dave Miller. Top Sportsman continues. 2018 Mustang, 622 inches. Frank Volpe on the right-hand side. Dave Miller in the pickup, the S10. Miller with the 692. 696 for Frank Volpe. 198 and 196. Miller number 7, Volpe number 9. Here's Brian Connery and David Mueller. All right, Mueller rolling into the Penske side. Lucas side is Brian Connery. Staged up, ready to go. Connery on the right-hand side, Mueller in the left lane. There'll be one more round of qualifying for these cars tomorrow. 754 for Mueller, 719 for Connery. Connery number 14, Mueller number 19. Crazy Ed Foley and Joe Saluda. Crazy Ed Foley. Wow, 768, 129. That's not Crazy Edish. Not at all. That's Speed Equipment Chapman Auto Group racer. Got a lot more than that. Should be in the top 10, should be in the top 5. $714, $192. Joe Saluda, number 13 right now. Ed Foley looking a little better. Looking a lot better at 666. Better than a full second quicker at 208 miles an hour. Saluda cranks out a 713 at 191. Ed Foley moves up to number 3. Joins the 200 mile an hour club. Now 7 cars over 200 miles an hour in this class. Jeff Brooks, Daniel Hill, Ed Foley, John Amoretti, Mark Payne, Vonnie Mills, Michael Danielle. Oh, put Bobby Rosita in that club. He's back in the number 11 spot at 705, 200 miles an hour. Now Ronnie Proctor, Greg Fisher. Fisher just in the show at 768, 179. Proctor not liking being number 19, so he steps it up a bit, 673 at 206. Ronnie Proctor goes up to number 7. Daniel Hill, the last car in the group. He's right behind Jeff Brooks with a 665 at 207. $661,209 for Daniel Hill. Six o'clock. Okay, that's 1 hour from now. Our concession stands will be closing at 6 o'clock. You want some ice cream, pizza, something from the Nitro Grill? They will be closing at 7 o'clock. Make it 6 o'clock. Getting ahead of myself. Well, I thought it was daylight savings time already. Or the end of it. Whatever. I don't know. 1 hour from now, concession stands will close. The ice cream stand, the pizza stand, the Nitro Grill, and the souvenir stand. Want to grab yourself a snack, stop by the ice cream stand, the pizza stand, Nitro Grill before 6 o'clock. All right, Vonnie Mills, Donnie Priest. Priest's Auto, 68 Chevrolet. First time out, 1092, 77 miles an hour. Donnie's saying, I got to get something going in this round. Only got one more shot tomorrow. Maybe lining up next to Vonnie gives him some incentive. She's number 6 right now, 672 at 205. A long way from the Super Gas 990 car. Priest heads towards the left side wall, hangs on. 714, 190 for Donald Priest. Priest number 16 now, Pete Davis. Now in the number 24 spot. Vonnie Mills, 16 light, 652 at 212 once again. So Vonnie jumping up to number 2 with that number. And I believe we're getting into Super Stock Eliminator from the JEG Sports Nationals, right? Followed by Super Gas. Okay, so Jacques Blaise, William Kennedy, and again, this is the completion of the Sports Nationals at Epping, New Hampshire. 6 cars in this round of Super Stock. We will also finish go a round of Super Gas, then we'll get to our cleanups. 1035, 998 up on the scoreboards. Head start goes to Kennedy in the left side. Penske lane. Kennedy also gets the reaction advantage. Takes the easy win with a 1040 on a 1035 at 117 miles an hour. Now it's Michael Iacono and Byron Werner. Werner, winner at Lebanon Valley. Iacono, looks like Michael won the Lucas Oil part of the event as well. Michael Iacono, 997, 988 for Byron. Iacono with a red light. Werner will advance. .988, Werner runs it out. .985 at 135. He was 24 on the tree, 27 red for Michael. And joining him in the semifinal round will be Brian Werner. So the boys from Duncannon could make it an all-Werner final. See if that happens. Brian, Byron. .1004 at 133 miles an hour. Time for Super Gas. Again, Billy, if you want to do the cleanups, you're welcome. Stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. If you have not had 2 runs, you can bring your car into the lanes for a cleanup. Dennis Turturro. Make it Torito. He'll get the single here in this round of Super Gas. .990 Super Gas Chevrolet for Dennis. Torito. 991, 171. Now it's Jerry Pierce, Rick Holman. Setzer and Pierce Racer. Rick Holman in the Chevy 2. Good reaction times, green lights, both sides of the racetrack. 005, 011. 91 beats the 92. That's Jerry Pierce. Time for Rich Price, Jason Kenny. Pair of Corvettes, Pricey in the left lane. Jason Kenny, the Jake's car, on the right-hand side. Again, both drivers hitting the tree in the 990 class. 007, 012. Kenny comes out on top. 89 with a 4 beats an 89 with a 0 by Rich Price. Cleanups coming up next. So once again, Sports Nationals competitors, as soon as you are ready, gas them and bring them right on back. Sports Nationals competitors, that's Super Stock, Super Gas, and a comp final. Bring them right back to the lanes for the next round. Sports Nationals competitors, bring them right back for the next round. Again, last call, any stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. If you have not had 2 runs, bring your car to the lanes for cleanups. Last call. Epping Comp Final. Epping Comp Final to the lanes, please. Also, Super Stock and Super Gas cars, you are round robin. Bring them right back in. The Epping Super Stock and Super Comp Super Gas cars from Epping, you are round robin. Bring them right back up. Comp Final also, we need you. Todd Hoditsky, 1069, 1218 in the left lane. Here's James Jermansky and James Morgan.
James Jaminski, 1128 at 115 miles an hour. James Morgan, 991 with a 4. Aaron Allison here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. From Ohio, the 35-year-old. Driving the 2015 Camaro with a Chevy 427 underneath the hood. Jerry Noonan on the Penske side of the racetrack, another 2015 Camaro. Aaron 001 on the tree, Jerry 074. Aaron Allison 921 with the 9 at 144 miles an hour to Jerry's 939 with 5 at 142. Jerry McNeish here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Maryland. 67 Camaro with a Chevy 302 underneath the hood here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Up against Jay Wayne here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack in his 69 Camaro. Jay Wayne, 1107 with a 1. Jeff LaFleur in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Ridge, New York. 64-year-old driving the 1970 Camaro here on the Lucas Oil side. Jeffrey, 1178 with an 8 at 111. Jonathan Leahy here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from Jefferson, Maryland. 32-year-old excavating work employee driving the 67 Nova here on the Lucas Oil side. Jonathan 006 red on the tree for his time shot here today, the cleanup run. And he runs it on out through 1089 with the 0 at 151. Robert Tagliarini here on the Penske side of the racetrack from Oakland, New Jersey. 68-year-old real estate agent by trade here on the 2020 Chevrolet Camaro here on the Penske side. Up against hometown hero Marty Reinhardt here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Marty, the 1990 Maple Grove Super Champion here. 52-year-old chassis builder by trade in the 67 Camaro. Robert, 911 with an 8 at 146 miles an hour. To Marty's 969 with a 9 at 134. Edward Heisey here on the Lucas Oil side back again for a cleanup run. From Lancaster, PA, the 68-year-old driving the 86 Camaro here on the Lucas Oil side. Edward, 1077 with a 6 at 124. Division 1 legend Tom Stauber here on the Penske side of the racetrack. He'll be driving his super gas car. Tom, one of the many racers that are doubling up this weekend. He's also running in Super Comp. Tom Stauber, an 8-time Division 1 champion here in the Northeast, 9 national event wins to his credit. Runner-up in the World Championship twice. Up against Robert Madden here in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Robert driving the 1964 Corvette. 77-year-old here on the Lucas Oil side. Both drivers pretty much equal off of the starting line. Robert 022 to Tom Stauber's 027. And down at the finish line, 977 with a 3 for Robert at 153 to Tom Stauber's 888, 988 with a 1. David Burkett here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack from New Jersey. The Poor but Proud machine here in Super Gas, the 73 Vega. Chevy 383 underneath the hood.
See if Burkett gets it to launch straight this time. He almost took out the tree in the first run.
Up against Earl Ballard here on the Penske side of the racetrack. The 66-year-old driving the 92 Beretta with a Chevy 598 underneath the hood. Once again, you are witnessing the cleanups. These are the competitors that did not get 2 runs here today during our 2-time sessions. Well, you saw David Burkett have problems. He shuts it off way early. Earl Ballard goes 996 with a 2 at 166. Christy Pasquale here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Former junior dragster graduate, now racing in Supercomp, the 42-year-old from New Jersey, driving the 2000 Mullins chassis dragster, up against Jeff Kondratic, who's been red hot in Supercomp here lately. The winner of NHRA D1TV high roller race and main event in Supercomp just 2 weeks ago here at Maple Grove. Both drivers led off at the sideline, with Jeff being the worst. 887 for Chris at 168 to the 884 at 175 for Jeff Kondratic.
We need our super stock, super gas, and comp. We need our super stock, super gas, and comp to the lanes. To finish up Epping. So, Billy, what do you think of doing D1TV? Fun, ain't it?
Yes, it is. It's a change up for once when we don't have the live stream during our regular events here at Maple Grove.
It's also fun for us, so you can go back and, you can watch a little bit of it. You can listen to other announcers around the country when they have other events on D1TV. You can critique yourself after you've been on, after a weekend, go on there on a Monday night or something like that and check it out for a little while, And works out real well. Plus, you can watch it, rethink things in your mind, and do all that. This is how this went, this is how that went. Familiarize yourself further with the drivers and all the things that happen, especially at an event like this, because this is so much different than what we typically do, week to week at a bracket race. So we only see these cars once or twice a year, and, it's a great opportunity to use that, the D1TV, announcer-wise,
Yep.
And again, thanks to the fine folks at MicroStrategies for putting that together for us, and the NHRA here, having it up in the booth and working with it like this. Works out real well.
And of course, Roger, going back many years, because you've been here a lot longer than I have, back in the day, this used to be a regular occurrence here every weekend with all the NHRA class cars running the money trail here back in the day.
Yeah, when it was the original money trail, that's what it was. It was the sportsman classes, which were I can remember coming here on a Saturday night, and you had your regular classes, comp eliminator, modified eliminator, stock and super stock, and there would be 2 lanes of bracket cars. If they had 2 lanes full, maybe not even that, but that would be it for the bracket cars. Then they got more and more bracket cars. They had added the Bracket Bonanza program to the schedule. Then after a couple of years of the Bracket Bonanza pretty much took over and became the Money Trail ET Series, along with a couple of years. Some of the sportsman cars classes hung in there for a couple of years, but eventually it became all bracket cars.
And of course, along with this event in the Dutch, this year being the 49th running of this great event that we have here, this weekend. Next year is going to be the golden anniversary. Can you believe 50 years already in 2021?
50 years of Maple Grove Raceway
For the
for the Lucas Oil event here. Yeah. And again, I always like this race, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to do this. As it is, same with this race and the Dutch. Good to see the sportsman cars here and all the great cars in the division. Over the years, we've seen so many great racers here in the Northeast, and it's good to see them again and again at these events. The class cars.
And just to think, when this event started way back in 1971, you were probably here for the first couple races, along with the Budweiser Superstock Nationals. Originally, that was a extra points race, and then it turned into a points-and-a-half race. That led to the national event being here. But back in the day, this used to be like a mini national event here.
Well, the original points race was, as I mentioned earlier, the original points race included the funny cars, Pro Stock, Top Fuel. What was Pro Comp back then? Comp Eliminator, Modified, Stock, and Super Stock. I mean, that was it. Then it changed in 1981, and the alcohol cars were the top class. And in addition to then the .90 classes joined in, and then the program turned around that way. So it looks like we have super gas cars coming out. They might be out first. That'll be semifinal round in super gas. Or super stock. I don't know. They're all back there. I don't know who's who. So just guessing.
For those of you that are watching D1TV, we want to welcome you to Maple Grove Raceway as the sun begins to set. Wherever you are right now, as it's happy hour, or it's soon going to be happy hour for a lot of us soon.
Yeah, with that reminds me, racers, overnight tonight, and again, same thing tomorrow night. Please, no golf carts, scooters, four-wheelers in the pits after dark. We would appreciate that. Anyone that goes out, anyone that leaves the facility tonight, make sure you have your tickets. Wristbands don't count. You've got to have your tickets for readmission. Wristbands don't count. You've got to have your tickets for readmission. If you leave the track tonight, you want to get back in tomorrow or later tonight, must have your tickets with you for readmission. You will buy another tech card if you don't. And sometime tonight, Dave Stein, sometime tonight, I will be paying you a visit. It may be soon. It may be after dark in your sleep. Sleep tight, Dave. You think about your knife, the only friend you've got. Well, we get cars fired up. Let's see who comes out first. Looks like it may be our super stock semifinal round. Yeah, Battle of the Brothers. Byron Werner, Brian Werner. Super stock semifinal. Sports Nationals. At Epping. 10:06, 985 up there on the scoreboards. Oh, they run in finals too? So this is not unusual for the brothers Werner. Byron's got a 10:06 up there, 985 for Brian in the left lane. Winner goes into the final. Brian out of the gate first, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. He's got a 008 light and a win light. 10:08 on a 10:06 with a 008. It's going to be Brian Werner.
William Kennedy, the bye run into the final here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, the GTMA.
Kennedy with an 18 light. Looking for a 1034, or as close as he can get to it. That clicks it early, 1049 at 113. So it'll be Kennedy and Warner in the final. Brian, that is.
And here we go with the semifinal in Super Gas, the 990 category. Jason Kenney here on the Penske side of the racetrack. One of those famous Kennedys here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Up against Dennis here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Dennis Torito. Battle of the Roadsters here in Super Gas. One a Corvette, driven by Jason here on the Penske side of the racetrack. The other one a Camaro.
We need our winners right back into the lanes for the finals. Winners right back to the lanes for the finals.
Jason Kennedy with the advantage off of the starting line as Dennis tries to chase him on down at the quarter mile mark. It is Jason Kennedy. How about that? Goes right on the index with a 4 at 160 miles an hour. And here's Jerry Pierce here on the Penske side of the racetrack with the bye run, and he will face Jason Kennedy in the final. Jerry 006 on the tree. And he runs it on out through 991 with the 2 at 161 miles an hour. And that will set up the Super Gas final from the rain-delayed Sportsman Nationals. Jason Kennedy up against Jerry Pierce. Well, here we go with the competition eliminator final. Your defending world champion Frank Aragona Jr. here on the Penske side of the racetrack, up against Jay Schallenberger here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Frank recently ran to the final round in the JIGS All-Star category in competition eliminator.
So Frankie Aragona, J altered automatic, I altered for Schallenberger.
Schallenberger's car, former Warren Johnson Pro stock car in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack.
798, 886. Make it 868 up there on the scoreboards. 798, 868. Schoenberger out of the gate first, and he is red. Frankie Aragona, 16 green light. Shuts it off early, coasts to a 799 at 124 miles an hour. Congratulations, Frank, and runner-up Jay Schoenberger. So just about ready to wrap this thing up here today. Tomorrow morning we'll be making a first call around 8:30 for stock eliminator. Stock will be first. Listen up. Be ready to roll at 8:30. Tomorrow morning, don't forget, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. in the grass behind the tech barn. All are welcome. Visit with Chaplain Dale and the Racers for Christ. Please bring a chair, sit on the golf cart or the ATV. That's tomorrow morning, Saturday, 8 a.m. in the grass behind the tech barn. All are welcome. Chapel service with Chaplain Dale and the Racers for Christ. Tomorrow morning. Got about 5 minutes or so. The refreshment stands will be closing at 6 o'clock.
Your attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The remaining 2 finalists from the Epping Sports Nationals. We need you to the lanes, please. The final 2 finals from the rained out Sportsman Nationals from Epping. We need you to the lanes, please.
All right, Jason Kenny, Jerry Pierce hopping into the race cars back here in the staging lanes, getting buckled in. They'll be up here in just a moment. We'll settle the score at the Sports Nationals in the Super Gas class here in just a moment.
Well, here we go, Roger. The final round in Super Gas for the rain-delayed Sports Nationals. And here we go. Jason Kenny here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, up against Jerry Pierce, Penske's side of the racetrack. The Dorcor versus the Roser here for the final round. All the Marlbors here in Super Gas here at the rain-delayed Sports Nationals.
So we need our Sports Nationals winners to the winner's circle when you are done. We need our Sports Nationals winners to the winner's circles when the event is complete. Jason Kenny, Jerry Pierce out on the racetrack. Jerry Pierce red by 3, Jason Kenny.
Jason runs it on out through 994 with a 4 at 142 miles an hour. Congratulations, Jason Kenny, your winner in Super Gas at the Sports Nationals. Runner-up, Jerry Pierce.
If you want photos of your car, go to division1photos.com or maybe to Photomat. No? No Photomat? Okay. I guess there aren't any anymore. That's a long time. They didn't last very long, that deal, that whole Photomat thing. Photomat, Photo Hut, there were several of them around our area. Didn't last very long. Hey, it sounds like William Kennedy and Brian Werner. Billy, last race of the day.
The last race of day number 2 here at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here at Maple Grove Raceway. For long, it's going to be day number 3 already, Roger.
It will fly by. Who's going to join Frankie Aragona and Jason Kenny in the winner's circle? William Kennedy or Brian Werner? Last of the Sports Nationals finals coming up.
William Kennedy, the GTMA machine here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Brian Werner, the GTJA.
Okay, so head start goes to Kennedy in the Penske lane. Same lane, same deal. William Kennedy on the red side. Brian Werner with the win light. 010 light, 1019 on the 1007. Brian Werner, super gas, super stock winner. I'm remembering the last round. Calling it super gas, and it's Brian Werner. Congratulations, Brian. Super stock winner and runner-up William Kennedy. That's it for today, Billy. Had a good day. Thanks to everyone for being here. Tomorrow morning, listen for the call for Stockers at 8:30. Be ready to go.
And on behalf of the Division 1 staff, Dave Moan, and the rest of the staff here at Maple Grove Raceway, we'd like to wish each and every single one of you a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.